All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners in 2025. Today is January 8th. It is 10 o'clock a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. And before we do that, let me officially welcome our newest member, Commissioner, no more elect, Mo Ivory. Thank you. Looking forward to great things from you. Madam Clerk?
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Bridget Thorne.
Present.
Commissioner Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Present.
Commissioner Mo Ivory.
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Vice Chair Khadijah Abdul Rahman.
Present.
All right, please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we give thanks to this day for your grace and mercy upon our lives. Bless now those who are present, bless the constituents and the citizens of Fulton County. We ask now as we begin this year that you have your power and presence upon our leaders. Give them your strength and direction. It is your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, continue.
On page 2, consent agenda. 250001, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the first regular meeting agenda for separate consideration.
All right, any items?
I don't have any.
I'd like to hold on page 8, item 250019.
Okay, any other items? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve as amended. Motion to approve as
Point of
amended.
order, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
sir.
Did Commissioner Ivory, did you want to hold that to the next meeting or bring it forward to the
Discussion.
regular agenda?
To discussion.
Okay.
Discussion.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, on the motion to approve as amended, motion to adopt by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 9, first regular meeting agenda, 250023, adoption of the first regular meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have 2 items to be removed from today's first regular meeting agenda. First item on page 11, 240901, External Affairs. Request approval to amend and extend an existing contract. Reparations Task Force Fiscal Agent Agreement.
To remove,
To remove, yes,
Okay.
sir. And on page 18, 250045, External Affairs, presentation of the 2025 State Legislative Session update. That item has been requested to be
well,
removed.
wait a minute. So why would we be removing that? Have we finalized the, well, I don't know what's in it, what the final, I'd like that for us to discuss that, in other words.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was not intended to be on today's agenda. We typically begin these after the legislative session begins, but we're certainly glad to review the items that the Board of Commissioners did approve
Yeah,
last
let's
month.
leave this on just for the purpose of reviewing what we, okay. Anything else?
That's all I have.
Where is the budget discussion? On page 10?
Page 10, yes.
All right, yeah, page 10, the budget. There are a couple of items that will be discussed in executive session that will have some bearing on the budget. So I'd like for us to take the budget up after executive session. Anything else? All right, motion to adopt as amended by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open to adopt as amended. And the motion passes unanimously. 250022, appointment of the vice chairman.
All right, entertain nominations.
I'm waiting on you to call on me, Chairman.
All right, Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
I would like to present a motion to put forth Commissioner Bob Ellis as Vice Chair.
There's a second.
I'll second.
All right, other nominations? Mr. Barrett?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to express my thoughts about this process. I think from what I understand historically, and of course I've only been here 2 years, this has changed a number of times over the years in terms of how the next person is chosen.
Correct.
But it does feel like it should be sort of a general rotation that's based on fairness, assuming you've met the 2-year service experience level. And the idea that we would need to go back to Commissioner Ellis after he was just vice chair 2 years ago does not feel appropriate to me when there are other people here who meet the criteria, in particular myself and Commissioner Thorne. And so while I think Commissioner Ellis, no offense to you, I think you did a great job when you were vice chair, and I'm sure you will do a great job again. I just feel like, and sorry, Commissioner Arrington, I'm not even sure where you were in the rotation, so it may be you also that are eligible right now. But in any case, I just think we should look to a more fair rotation for this going forward.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Yes,
Commissioner Thorne?
thank you, Chairman. Yes, I concur with my fellow commissioner. I feel it's a reward position, and I know in the past it was a rotation until it was your turn, Commissioner Abdurrahman, or technically Vice Chair Abdurrahman. And as you said last night, you were a wrecking ball coming in, so they redid the order of that. But last year, I was happy to nominate you as vice chair, and we talked about it. And I've been trying to have conversation and collaboration with you, and I've not been able to talk to you about this decision. We have not talked. This decision was made without my involvement, Commissioner Barrett's involvement. I don't know, Commissioner Arrington, if you were in it. I'm not going to toe a line. I'm going to continue to stand up what's right. I didn't get on this board to be a vice chair. That wasn't my goal. But I do see it as a way of trying to manipulate I'm still going to represent and say what I think is the right thing to do, even if I get punished for it on the back end, because I wasn't elected to toe a line. And I'm going to continue to speak out about elections. We have a lot of work to do. And because of this, it's not going to sway who I am as a commissioner on this board. I'm going to do the right thing. And I know, Commissioner Barrett, I thank you for opening your door for discussion. Commissioner Ivory, I thank you for being open. And Chairman Pitts, your door is always open. You talk to me all the time. So I appreciate at least having conversation about this with the three of you.
Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want, for historical perspectives, I served my last year as vice chair, which means I sat on this body for 3 years. So please do not give incorrect information as far as a rotation or the person's next chance or what have you. I understand this is a very touchy subject. I understand that we as a body come down here and do the best, and I believe all of us try to put our best foot forward. But this is not personal. Nobody is towing a particular line, and I just want to make sure that I publicly say that, and make sure that I publicly say that you have an opportunity to have a conversation with me less than 48 or 24 hours. There is this, and I said this in my inaugural speech last night, Chairman, so bear with me because I want to repeat it again. I'm down here with other colleagues. All my colleagues know me. All my colleagues have a contact number for me. You have 24 hours in a day to reach out to me. When you make it a practice that has not been the practice, but somehow it has become the practice now to reach out to your colleague 24 hours before, 48 hours before, sometimes you will not get the desired results. So I will ask my colleagues, as well as all of the listening audience, when you reach out to us as a body, please reach out in appropriate enough time for you to have a conversation and for us to have an understanding. This is not personal. I put forth a motion that I have a right to do. It does not mean that anybody else is not qualified. In my perusal of this situation right now, I put forth the best person in my estimation and understanding. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Thorne, we're not going to debate this now.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not debate. I respect my fellow commissioners, her thoughts. I really do respect it. I did not find out about this decision until Monday late afternoon. So there was only limited time to talk and have conversation.
All right, Commissioner Arrington.
I just heard Commissioner Thorne say she did not find out about this decision until Monday afternoon. I didn't realize that a decision had been made. So I guess no one reached out to me. But hey, it is what it is. I'm ready. Let's go.
All right, the motion on the floor is to select Commissioner Ellis as the vice chair for 2025. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
25-0024, ratification of minutes. First regular meeting minutes, December 4th. Second regular meeting post-agenda minutes, December 18th, 2024.
All right, motion, is there a motion? Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice, strike that, Commissioner. It's gonna take me a meeting or so. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 25-0025, presentation of proclamations and certificates. There are no proclamations for presentation today.
Thank you.
On page 10, public hearings, 25-0026, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing by submitting their comments in writing online by registering on the county website at www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority for public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 60 minutes. In the event the 60-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we'll start with the speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have received 17 speaker cards. Will the first 5 speakers please come forward? Judge Rachel Cross, Solicitor Keith Gamage, Chief Magistrate Judge Cassandra Kirk, Judge Nancy Mew, and Jewel Johnson.
Okay, speakers, as always, when you have 15 seconds remaining in your 2 minutes, I'll say 15 seconds, that will be your clue to begin to terminate your remarks. Let's say it is 10:17. Public comment will last until 11:17 if necessary. First speaker.
Thank you, Chairman Pitts and Commissioners. My name is Rachel Kraus. I'm a judge on the Fulton County Superior Court. I'd like to start by first apologizing for coming to you during the public comment section. We'd hoped to work out an opportunity to address the board as a specific agenda item, but the timing didn't work out for us to be on your agenda for today, and we knew that your January the 22nd meeting would be more focused on actually voting and approving various budget items. So we chose this opportunity to just briefly let you know that in the lead up to the budget process, our court administration has worked very hard with county finance to formalize our budget requests and to advance those requests through the budget process. Now, we recently wrote to the commission, very recently wrote to the commission to provide an explanation for what we hope you perceive as a very conservative budget request for fiscal year 2025. And we wrote to you because we understand the challenging budget environment, and so we wanted to help prioritize for you what our budget requests are. And today, I wanted to take an opportunity to underscore the critical need for one budget item, and that is our chamber staff pay compensation plan. Now, we know that the county takes very seriously, and this board has always supported the competitive and equitable pay for our county employees, and that commitment from this board and the county has been demonstrated most recently by the Siegel pay study and the pay adjustment that went with that and was approved by this board January of 2024. And that plan acknowledged the value of the important work that our county employees provide, but we now have approximately 60 employees over at the court who have not seen those pay adjustments. And that is the funding that I am here today to specifically underscore the court's need for.
15 seconds.
Thank you, Your Honor. Those employees that were asking for, thank you, Commissioner. Those employees are the ones who do the unseen but critical work of the courts, and we understand the hard decisions that the board must make, and we appreciate the board's continued support for those employees. Thank you.
Good morning and Happy New Year. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the Board of Commissioners, and welcome to our newest member. My name is Keith Gamage. I serve as the elected Solicitor General here in Fulton County over misdemeanor prosecution. I deeply understand the important and impactful work that you're all engaged in as we deliver the best in justice, as opposed to injustice. In December of this year, the county manager and I had a very engaging conversation, a very positive conversation, where I expressed my concerns related to the consent decree and the federal investigation into the jail. And during that time, I suggested that we were after the normal budget process, but that I would look to this commission and the county management team to help us address holistically the concerns not only with the jail and the structure, but with the processing, I hate to use that term, or the movement of individuals, human beings, through the jail in a more expedited manner. I pitched some time ago in my first term an around-the-clock court proceeding where people would be addressed in jail within 2 hours of their arrival. I had a very conservative request in our enhancements for this budget year. One was an amount of roughly $216,000 to cover a budget deficit that occurred as a result of federal and state loss of grant funding. Another was just about $1 million for additional investigators. Right now, our investigators, each of them, we have 27, carry about 3,384 cases that they're investigating each year. We've asked for 10 additional ones as an enhancement that'll help us move the cases out of the jail. And then I put forward, after the consent decree, a request that you reconsider and reevaluate.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Cassandra Kirk. I serve as the Chief Magistrate Judge of Fulton County. At times, one-sided conversations seem to have a villain, and being an elected leader has its own strife. I do want to come today to highlight the importance of the Magistrate Court, which in 2024 closed over 61,000 cases, reviewed more than 35 arrest warrants, and processed 13,000 writs. I understand the need to manage government spending and that budgets ultimately reflect the priorities of this county. While it's stated that there is no money for the busiest magistrate court in the state, the continued allocation of resources to other courts with 3 and 4 times the magistrate court budget underscores the need for equity in funding for justice. I want to address the concerns raised at your last meeting. On Monday, I provided you all with a magistrate court case clearance data, a metric we've tracked since 2019, demonstrating an impressive 88% clearance rate. The increase in our budget since 2020 was primarily due to judicial salary adjustments, bringing our judges closer to parity with other courts, including raising our part-time judges' pay from $50 to $83 an hour due to an HR study you approved. Additionally, the 10 ORCA magistrate staff left in August 2024, and we've continued to request sustainable funding to continue the great work we've proven we can do. ORCA was a Band-Aid, and we knew it, but ORCA allowed us to show what this court could achieve if adequately resourced. Balancing the county's budget on the backs of self-represented litigants and those who can least afford it is not the solution. Since 2016, I've advocated for adequate staffing with our initial assessment showing 78 staff needed, yet only 39 positions were approved. The public needs your support to fund the magistrate court with an additional $711,000 and to return the $780,000 previously cut from our budget. I am here to invite you to engage in thoughtful discussion as we work through these facts. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Pitts. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Nancy Mao, and I serve as one of the full-time magistrate judges in Fulton County Magistrate Court. I'm here in support of the Magistrate Court's budget. I'd like to address the agenda item related to the 2025 Magistrate Court budget. Last year, the board voted to approve a resolution to reallocate funds from the Magistrate Court to the Superior Court, which represents 3 full-time judges. The Superior Court judges and the Magistrate Court judges met and reached an agreement resolving at least that issue via a memorandum of understanding. I am one of the 3 full-time Magistrate Court judges that is currently serving in Superior Court. I'm serving there now pursuant to that MOU. I've been serving since last March. Once that MOU was signed, that issue regarding the judges assisting or being assigned to Superior Court was fulfilled. There was not one day of coverage that was missed. There was no interruption whatsoever in the court processes. I'm currently serving there right now. I'm here in support of the Magistrate Court's request to restore the funding from the Superior Court back to the Magistrate Court and approve the Magistrate Court's budget requests. The public and the citizens are best served when the Magistrate Court is fully funded and fully operational. Nothing and no one is served by defunding a vital part of our judiciary regarding an issue that has been resolved long ago, and the parties are still working together in full spirit of the MOU, and we will continue to do so. And thank you. I want to thank all of you for listening and for your service to Fulton County. Thank you. Welcome, Commissioner Ivory.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jewel Johnson. I reside at 4660 Orkney Lane in the city of South Fulton. I'm here this morning because I want to let you know I have been to 2 of the end meetings for the budget, and I am very, very disturbed. And I'm going to tell you how I am disturbed. But first of all, I want to commend the financial department for the way they put everything together, made it all pretty, look like everybody's going to be equally served. I want to let you know there is no way. Our budget is $1 billion, and we have all these civic and social needs on the South Side. I've been tracking this since 2017, and instead of us lifting this up, we've been going down, 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 down. Our number one priority is life. And when we don't have good health care, that's a problem. I'm not going anywhere. I have been sending emails, I have been calling. Nobody's been responding except for 2 commissioners. And that's Commissioner Marvin Arrington and Commissioner Pitts. I have spent an hour or so with Commissioner Pitts, and he knows exactly what's happening with us. Let me tell you a little bit of something that you may not know. I am speaking to people all over the state of Georgia and outside of the state of Georgia. And what we are doing here is causing a lot of problems on our other counties because our people are going as far as Macon for services.
15 seconds.
I had to go all the way to Johns Creek. In my 15 seconds, it's all 7 of you. I'm going to ask either one of you, it doesn't matter, to please put me on the agenda for the next class because I have a presentation for you. And I'm asking all 7 of you.
Next speakers, please come forward. John Garrett, Michael Collins, Christopher Escobar, Angela Watts, Paul Hershey, and Tangeria Willis.
Good morning. My name is John Garrett. I am a resident of Fulton County, was born in the city of Atlanta. And I am here in front of you with regards to the courtesy rides for seniors, which is very important. My mom is Gwen Meadows, and she's a part of the Courtesy Rides program. The program, as you know, has been cut from 16 to 8. Even 16 wasn't enough, but now it's down to 4, which is equivalent to 4 days round trip. Isolation among senior citizens can lead to a range of negative effects on the physical and mental health, including increased risk of depression, cognitive decline, heart disease, weakening immune system, poor quality of life, and even increase in mortality rate. Essential impacting the overall well-being significant. Overall well-being is significant. It can also be is also detrimental to their health as much as smoking. And again, my mother goes to the centers, been going to the centers for years. She has the opportunity to socialize. She has the opportunity to take classes while she's there. And she actually have opportunity to engage with people. If you don't attend certain number of classes for Fulton County, they will drop you out of their course. My mom goes there to walk, she takes computer classes, et cetera, et cetera. So it's very important for me to make sure that she's active. Let me not forget breakfast and lunch. She loves the breakfast and lunch there. But it's important for me, for my mom to be active. And the citizens of Atlanta, the senior citizens, deserve this. They really deserve opportunity to have a fulfilled life by being a part of the community and going to their centers. Thank you very much. Please consider not only increasing it back to 16, but also consider raising it above
15
16.
seconds.
Thank you.
Happy New Year, Commissioners. My name is Michael Collins. Welcome, Commissioner Ivory. I'm from Colour of Change, and I also work on behalf of the Community Over Cages Coalition. We are pleased that the Department of Justice has reached an agreement with the county to enter into the consent decree. There's no doubt that the DOJ is well-intentioned, but the same cannot be said of the sheriff, who will use this opportunity to request more funding and continue his crusade for a $2 billion jail. Please use your position to exercise oversight and skepticism as the sheriff uses this crisis to further his own personal gain. In the same vein, we see that DA Willis is also trying to take advantage of the jail crisis by sending a letter to the Commission threatening jail population increases if her budget is not boosted, stating that, quote, "Each of you are on notice. If you enact the proposed budget, people will die," unquote. Leaving aside that this talk belongs in a RICO indictment, the reality is that DA Willis has squandered millions of dollars bolstering her national profile through the Trump and YSL trials, both of which have fallen apart. Where is the accountability for this funding? If the county decides to increase funds, it shouldn't be to the sheriff, the DA, or a new jail. It should be to the courts and pre-trial services to keep the jail population down. We've had enough of the games. DOJ is here. Let the children take a seat while the adults do the work. Thank you.
Good morning, Christopher Escobar, and I am here to expose the truth of a couple Fulton County programs. Just over a year ago, I came here to share a case study about how a nonprofit organization, the Atlanta Film Society, not only helped save the Plaza Theater from closing, which is the anchor tenant of the commercial property at the corner of Ponce Leon and North Highland, but helped it rebound, creating prosperity, with the Plaza Theater now paying over $200,000 a year in sales and property taxes, and grew interest in the whole center, leading to it being bought just 7 years ago for a whopping $18 million. And just days ago, the property sold again for double at an astonishing $36 million. Now, while Fulton County doesn't directly fund the operation of the Plaza Theater or any tenants there, nonprofits like the Atlanta Film Festival, Bronze Lens Film Festival, and the Atlanta Jewish Film Festival have played a vital role in revitalizing this property with their programs and their use of it, and do rely on support of programs like Fulton County Arts and Culture and Fulton Films. Additionally, the Atlanta Film Society has trained over 5,000 hire-ready production assistants to work in the film industry, was a part of the growth of careers like Fulton's own Danielle Deadweiler, who just yesterday was nominated for an NAACP Image Award. So while Fulton County Arts and Culture has the goals of serving constituents and improving quality of life and access to the arts, or in the case of Fulton Films, to get county-owned facilities rented by the film industry, the truth is they're doing that and more. And additionally, by stimulating economic development, workforce development, and helping launch careers that have national and international impact. Now, you might be wondering, well, these things sound like good things. Why is this guy so worked up? Number one, to beat the clock. Number two, because I thought it would be more entertaining. And I just want to thank you for your support of these programs. I want to encourage you to consider that they are not only accomplishing their goals, but far more. You might consider a further investment. I want to congratulate Commissioner Ivory, who's been an incredible supporter of the arts, and look forward to all you can accomplish.
15 seconds.
And I want to close with a quote from President Carter. Like music and art, love of nature is a common language that can transcend political and social boundaries. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, and Board of Commissioners. My name is Angela Watts, and I'm the founder of Atlanta Fashion Week. Today, I will speak on to how fashion drives economic impact for Fulton County. First, I would like to thank you for your continued support of arts and culture in Fulton County. Because of your backing, our programs have grown to attract brands from around the world to launch and build their businesses here and contribute directly to the county's economic impact. Students from institutions like SCAD and Clark Atlanta are now choosing Fulton County as a place to build their businesses rather than moving to hubs like New York and Los Angeles. Fashion is big business for Fulton County. The Atlanta apparel market draws over 200,000 visitors annually, with attendees staying an average of 3.2 days. This generates $640 million annually, equivalent to hosting a Super Bowl yearly. Atlanta Fashion Week is growing annually and attracts global brands and audiences for 5 days of programming, showcasing Fulton County as a fashion hub. Just in 2024 alone, Fulton County was featured in numerous national publications with a combined audience reach of 183 million. The exposure elevates the county's profile as a leader in arts, culture, and business. Additionally, our new partnership with Bloomingdale's helps emerging brands test their products with major retailers, fostering opportunities for local business growth. Programs like this are essential to sustaining small businesses in the fashion sector. The apparel market in Georgia is thriving, with revenues projected to reach $535 million by 2025. Yet Georgia ranks last in government arts funding. To remain competitive, we must invest more in initiatives that support local businesses and drive economic growth.
15 seconds.
Fashion and art together create jobs, grow businesses, and enrich our cultural identity. I urge you to increase funding for programs like ours, ensuring Fulton County remains a leader in arts, culture, and economic innovation. Thank you.
Morning. My name is Paul Hershey. Here we go again, 2025. I thought we'd change things. You've got 2 elected officials. One of them has already been fined $21,000 to pay Judicial Watch. And then number 2, you've got a sheriff that couldn't get a bond. And the bottom line is the minimum bond for a sheriff in the state of Georgia is $25,000, and you're paying $75,000. And again, basically what you're doing is you're self-insured. I have told this board and asked this board twice to bring forth a motion for a no confidence vote on these two individuals. The longer you wait, the more your risk management is not doing his job, because you are facing a big crisis with the bad business judgment rule that you're following, period. Look it up. I got two attorneys up there. You need to look it up, because I've been through it with a board. Number two, I went to a meeting with Commissioner Arrington months ago. We talked about the health issues down in South Fulton. I am very familiar with those issues. I told him that I could put together a team to recommend how they could fix it. You've got 10 fire stations down there, 162 people on staff, and you've got extra ambulances and everything else. You can do a memo of understanding and a contract with Planned Parenthood and use their hospital suites to do emergency services. And I asked him to call me. Never did call me. Now we have a volleyball member that died.
15
and then
seconds.
he wants to talk about the services down there. I am very familiar with South Fulton. I belong to a group down there that know Commissioner Arrington, and seriously, this needs to be looked at. And I can help him.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tangeria Willis, and I'm the founder of Sustainable Fashion Week Atlanta. First, I'd like to thank you for your support of the arts community in Fulton County. Your investment strengthens our cultural fabric, making Atlanta a beacon for creativity and innovation. As Sustainable Fashion Week, we proudly brought Georgia's its first Zero Waste Fashion Week, showcasing high-end eco-conscious designers, establishing our state and county as a leader in green innovation. We've also produced the groundbreaking Conscious Couture Museum, featuring sculptures made entirely from discarded materials, demonstrating the transformative intersection of art, fashion, and sustainability. Our initiatives directly align with Fulton County's arts and sustainability goals. Through programs including our Repair Cafe and Community Closet, we've diverted 90% of our waste from the landfills in 2024 alone and promoted reuse within our communities. Our high school residency teaches future leaders the principles of responsible design and environmental stewardship, cultivating a new generation of sustainability advocates. By attracting international brands and fostering trade opportunities, we've also generated economic growth while advancing the county's environmental mission. Your continued support can help us build on these successes, bridging the gap between the arts and sustainability and positioning Fulton County as a global leader in innovation. We ask for your funding consideration to include for-profit organizations like ours, enabling us to fuel transformative
15
programs
seconds.
that advance both community and environmental goals. Thank you for championing a brighter, more sustainable future, and thank you for listening.
Last speakers in Assembly Hall, please come forward. Afrin Kundamuri, J. Wesley Day, Maria Guardio, Janet Hill, L.A. Pink, L. Lewis, and Randy Davison.
Dear Commissioners, thank you for supporting the art community. As an artist, I deeply appreciate the resources and encouragement we receive each year. On November 8, 2024, I organized a cultural and diversity art program in this very building, which drew over 300 attendees. The event showcased the work of 15 artists whose pieces have been on display just outside these doors for the past few weeks. It also featured 10 international performances and 3 fashion shows. Yes, all of this happened right here and was made possible by the seed grant provided by the Fulton County Arts Program. I took the $1,500 grant and turned it into $25,000 by partnering with local businesses to execute the event. That $1,500 grant, in turn, stimulated the local economy, drew media attention locally and internationally, and sent a powerful message that Fulton County welcomes, supports, and enriches the lives of everyone through the arts. Your continued support of the arts program sends a powerful message that Fulton County values creativity, education, and community well-being. To further enhance this program, I respectfully request that please consider increasing the grant award for individual artists who organize large-scale events that bring communities together and celebrate cultural diversity. Let us ensure that the arts remain a cornerstone of Fulton County's identity and a source of inspiration for generations to come. Thank you.
Happy New Year and good morning. My name is Jay Wesley Day, and I'm here to ask you to not increase the budget for the Solicitor General's office, particularly unless there is some type of oversight to prevent what occurred with me to happen to someone else. I'm also asking that you admonish and rebuke Keith Gamage. In 2018, I was beaten into a coma. I have my assailants on video camera. As you all know, he dismissed the charge of one of my assailants, the main one on camera, calling me fags, sissies, and homos. However, he escalated my charge to a felony, causing me to lose my dream job at Delta Airlines. In 2020, I was at Lenox Mall with my receipt in hand, waiting outside for a $100 carryout order for myself and my ill mother that I take care of. However, the police came, tapped me, and said, "You gotta go." As any reasonable person would, I asked why. They said, "Because I said so." I said, "Not trying to be smart, but that's not good enough for me." I said, "I need my food or my $100 back." Click, click, I was charged with trespassing. Keith Gamage, wait till I get my job back at Delta Airlines after a couple years on appeal, and then he add the charge of obstruction to justice of a police officer. I ask you to look at page 1 through, starting with page 4. If you look at the timeline that I created, it's clear to any reasonable
15
person
seconds.
that Keith Gamage has a personal vendetta against me. Anytime I spoke out against him publicly or I did a protest, you will see that his action was retaliatory against me. Please read my package. Facts don't lie, but Keith Gamage does.
Good morning, Board of Commissioners. I'm here today again to follow up on the issue of deed fraud. A recent interview with Shay Alexander indicated that she is aware of the deed fraud as a crisis, which is actually really good news, because that means you're involved and you understand that there's a deed fraud crisis. She also confirmed that on April 10th, in the fraudulent deed transaction town hall meeting, where she was a no-show, that a follow-up town hall meeting that took place on April 11th, there was an admission that the DA and the police officers have not been informed of this fraud. Then on August the 27th of 2024, there was an admission that there is no process or procedure for filing deeds in Fulton County. I'll repeat that. There is no process or procedure for filing deeds in Fulton County. In September of 2024, the Office of the Clerk is withholding U.S. mail from the district court in Washington, D.C. That mail was withheld from a deed fraud court case for over a year. Then in December, a homeowner's home was raided by the sheriff's department
15 seconds.
after he received an order to return to his home from the magistrate court. We're in a desperate need for a forensic audit of all of these departments. The clerk of
Thank you, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Well, as always, coat of corruption. 2024 was the year of exposure, and 2025 is the year of removal. And so today, I come down here because I hold in my hand the security bond that have expired for the sheriff. I hold also his power of attorney. I did an open records request to get this information a few times. I've just done a new one to get his new one. Because if he doesn't have a surety bond, which I know you guys voted on it the last time, we don't have a sheriff if he doesn't have a bond. I know that she sat there and said she didn't know what the penalties were, but if she would take the time out to read 15 Georgia Code 1516-5, along with the other couple of codes, all of you would be in violation if none of you had in operating up under a surety code. I mean, you know what I'm talking about, bond, security bond. Any one of you would be in a violation and cannot operate in your position if you don't have one. So if he doesn't have one today, he is not Fulton County Sheriff. Let me say that again for y'all that's, and where she go, sticking up for him. Because that's what it sounds like. Right now, this sounds like you guys are allowing him to pimp you. Okay? I'm just put it out like that. Because how is it that this is one person that have more deaths, more bodies up under his badge than any other sheriff? Other sheriffs have been removed for less than what this man has been, and y'all have not removed him yet. Y'all should be ashamed of yourself.
Good morning. I'm L. Lewis, a UGA grad, creative, and fashion entrepreneur based in Atlanta, Georgia. I want to thank the Board of Commissioners for your continued support of the arts here in Fulton County. Although Georgia usually ranks little to last in funding of the arts, we have been able to produce some of the most influential artists of our time. The late and almighty Radcliffe Bailey, Spike Lee, Andre 3000, Raven Simone, Julia Roberts, Kanye West, Cosmo White, and countless others. I would be remiss not to mention the 114 Atlantan artists that died on Air France back in 1962. We are still weeping in 2025. I know that void is the reason we are here advocating for this necessary discipline to be supported in its fullness. I'm a past participant or recipient of the Contracts for Services in 2020 when I taught an intensive during the pandemic via Zoom about the business of fashion. I'm here because not only do I understand what it takes to build something, but I understand that that building is for the next person coming in. Like many others, I had to leave Atlanta to garner experience and support. That should not be the case. Fashion is seen as frivolous, unimportant. It's not just about luxury like Yves Saint Laurent or Marc Jacobs. It's an actual basic need like food and shelter. Globally, fashion is an $880 billion industry, and people like myself are galvanizing an industry here in the South because we have it. We just need the support. I propose opening up a line for funding under Contracts for Services for fashion entrepreneurs for profits. Fashion is an art form that the youth continuously supports and a potential cornerstone for economic growth if we seize the opportunity. I leave you with this quote from Nikki Giovanni.
15 seconds.
Art is our future. It is our door to our past and a window to the future. Through art, we learn to dream, to challenge, and to tolerate. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Randy Davidson with Georgia Entertainment. Thank you all for having me here. So good to see some friends and familiar faces. Congratulations to Mo for her appointment, and thank you, Chairman Pitts, for your leadership standing up for Fulton County here locally and your initiatives around the world highlighting the economic development here. We're a publication that covers Georgia's film and entertainment and arts industry since 2016. Our tagline is, "We are the creative, cultural, and entertainment capital of the world, Georgia." And Fulton County is the heart of that. And in terms of film and the arts, there's been a monster evolution of what's happening in this industry segment that has evolved over the years, and I think you guys are all aware of that, especially if you just look at our youth and the education system. These are the jobs our kids want. It's been decentralized from Hollywood, and it's taking place right here in front of us in Georgia and in Fulton County. Through our partnership with Fulton Films, we engage filmmakers and people creating content that drive job opportunities and location exposure that drives tourism and economic development for Fulton County. We do this around the world. We'll be at Sundance at the end of January. We'll be at Cannes Film Festival, standing up Georgia and Fulton County in France. We'll be at Toronto at the Toronto International Film Festival. And we rally locally here in Fulton County to keep driving and exposing this. The arts is no longer something to discard and put off to the side, as I know there's a lot of competing interest of economic needs and challenges that we all have. But it's economic development. It is the future of the creative economy is the future of what Fulton County has to hold. And so I encourage you all, as you elaborate and evaluate all these competing interests, to recognize this as something that's essential. It's a mutual fund for this community's economic development, complementary and alongside all the other industry segments that service out of Fulton County. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have 2 speakers on Zoom.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first person to speak is Kevin Muldowney.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kevin Muldowney, Fulton County resident. There was a great comment made last meeting suggesting that each commissioner request an audit of each of the top 6 money spending departments and analyze such for efficiency and effectiveness. Whether it's elections, sheriff, district attorney, and other large costly departments, we need to wring out waste across the board. We're approaching the time of year where the new budget will be submitted for approval. It is clear that just throwing more money at various departments is not the answer. As we saw from Fannie Willis's dismal court failures and catastrophic costs, resulting in nothing but an even larger backlog of legitimate cases, or Sheriff Labatt's budgetary ineptness. And don't even get me started on the elections department spending, violation of election law and obstruction of transparency. To just approve a budget based on past spending plus some additional percent would be fiduciary madness. We need accountability and efficiency. We need county departments that actually produce results Fulton's taxpayers can be proud of. One other thing, I also noticed on the consent agenda a motion to rename the East Point Library to the William McClure Library. I believe Mr. McClure was found guilty of racism and cost the county $18 million in compensatory and punitive damages. My instinct would tell me that this isn't such a good idea. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Matt Ruenzak.
Good morning, Commissioners. Question for you this morning. If you've received a revised budget for 2025, I would expect there to be some revisions and conversations that go on during this process, because the initial and the current version is still, as many have said, overinflated. So are we just going to spend taxpayer money, without some due diligence in the process? There's lots of professionals that have come and made conservative and responsible request. You have departments that are on the total opposite end of the spectrum. For everyone in the audience, there's $12 to $13 million in the elections department alone that's in excess. Easy. We're not even talking about the DA's budget or the sheriff's budget. So to the previous comment, I think to actually use the county auditor and the audit committee is a fantastic idea. And lastly, yes, this idea to name a Fulton County library after William McClure, after found guilty of discrimination against multiple librarians, my question would be, who put this on the consent agenda? Seems very inappropriate. We just had, congratulations, Mo Ivory, who replaced Commissioner Hall because she discriminated against one of her employees and cost the county almost $1 million. So we have an individual here costing the county or the library system almost $18 million and somehow makes it on the consent agenda.
Okay. This concludes the Zoom public comments.
No further speakers.
Thank you. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Continuing on page 10, presentations to the board, 250027, Invest Atlanta briefing.
They're here. Speak up, ma'am, please.
There we go. Good? Sorry. Good morning. Jennifer Fine, Vice President, Planning Strategic Initiatives at Invest Atlanta. I'm going to be giving you the quarterly TAD programmatic update. Next slide, please. So this map shows currently we have 9 TADs in the city of Atlanta that Fulton County participates in. We've previously discussed the timing of the closing of the Atlantic Station TAD, and we're going to come back to that at the end of the presentation to give you some updates there. Next slide, please. Thank you. So it's always important, again, to stress the breadth of how TAD directly impacts people. TAD is one of the very few public financing tools impacting the retention of jobs and small businesses and helping them grow by providing access to otherwise inaccessible financing. TAD's very unique in the things that it can do. It can fund environmental remediation work on land that would otherwise sit undeveloped. Reactivating these areas creates public open spaces and parks. And as I think we all know, TAD plays a key role in the creation of affordable and workforce housing. We're clearly trying to solve and move the needle on some very significant issues, such as vacancy, office vacancy in particular downtown, and other employment centers is very high. TAD has and continues to be critical to repositioning buildings from office to residential uses. We also continue to focus on creating more equity in terms of access to capital in our commercial corridors and small and disinvested businesses. These efforts are extremely beneficial not only to the residents of Atlanta, but obviously residents and businesses within Fulton County. Next slide, please. So this is a snapshot kind of overall efforts in 2024. 24 unique projects were funded in 6 of the 9 TADs, representing a very wide variety and diversity of project types and geographic location. Nearly $27 million in TAD financing was awarded, which in turn leveraged $431 million of private and other funding of direct impact in the county. Projects represent 1,300 residential units, 1,160 of which are affordable at area median incomes between 30% and 80%. TAD funding will also be used to create new commercial and needed neighborhood community retail and service opportunities, assisting with small business development and retention. Next slide, please. This is a map that shows the geography of all 24 of those projects. Next slide, please. And this, again, has all 24 projects with specific detail, such as total development cost, location, developer, when it was approved, and what the funding source is. Next slide, please. So I have 2 slides that show projects that were approved in the last quarter of 2024. The top slide shows the redevelopment of a vacant commercial lot in the Castleberry Hill neighborhood in the West Side TAD. Brownfield site will be remediated and developed into a culinary kitchen incubator within a 30-room hospitality hotel managed and owned locally. The project will create access to affordable commercial space for at least 20 local culinary businesses and food entrepreneurs within a very high-growth area in the city. Directly supports local small minority-owned businesses and increases healthy food access and dining options within the neighborhood. This project received $940,000 in West Side TAD funding assistance and is expected to begin construction by the 3rd quarter of this year. The bottom image is of another project in partnership we're very proud to support. This is the much anticipated redevelopment of what is known as the Yellow Store in the English Avenue neighborhood at 500 James P. Brawley Avenue. Renovation will preserve historic details of this 100-year-old structure and will retain its original use, which includes neighborhood retail on the ground floor and 4 units of apartments on the 2nd floor. Important to note that these apartments will be rented at between 60% and 80% of area median income. The property, again, will be an important gathering place for the neighborhood, as it has been for the last 100 years. Important in this project is the activation of outdoor space that will accommodate a neighborhood food restaurant, and a small creative industry space will take up occupancy also in the ground floor. Project received a $750,000 grant and is expected to start construction this quarter and be completed by the end of the year. Next slide, please. Project on top shows the redevelopment, obviously, of a vacant Family Dollar into a new Atlanta Community Food Center in the Adamsville neighborhood. Community food centers are owned and operated by Atlanta Community Food Bank, and the model is a key strategy developed by the organization to improve food access in communities with high levels of food insecurity and significant gaps in social services. Important to note that unlike a traditional food pantry model, community food centers provide client choice, giving residents the opportunity to choose their food and household goods on site. $250,000 Hollowell ML King grant was provided to the project. Construction is expected to begin this quarter and will take about 6 months to complete. The last project on the bottom is one of our smaller projects, but one that we are extremely proud of, and it's been in the works for 7+ years, I would say. The property is a 4-plex that has been owned and lived in by an active legacy resident for over 12 years. The property owner participated in our English Avenue and Vine City Community Builders Program in 2017. Foundational objectives of the Community Builders Program included building property revitalization capacity from within the neighborhoods so that residents could take advantage of the development opportunities that were happening around them. Providing access to direct development opportunities, legacy resident retention, increasing access to affordable housing, and providing access to income generations for properties that legacy residents already own. The program provided Westside TAD resources for 3 distinct phases of development: education and training, pre-development, and then lastly, construction financing. So this property owner's completed the first 2 phases and was in a position to apply for construction financing, having already received a construction loan. So a $260,000 grant was awarded to the project that will create 5 units of affordable multifamily apartments and 1 apartment for the resident owner who will continue to live there. Construction will start this quarter and be completed by the end of the year. Next slide, please. This is an overview of all projects, all 24 projects that were approved in 2024. Obviously, hugely impactful to people and businesses, again, in the city and Fulton County. Can't overstate how difficult a lot of this work is, in particular, providing access to affordable residential and commercial. And that is a unique area and space that the TAD resides in, being able to provide tools for both of those things. Infill residential, mixed-use projects, and disinvested commercial corridors continues to be an area of focus. Conversion of vacant, blighted property into needed and vital community services like healthcare, job training, and healthy food access. And these are things we will continue to focus on in 2025, driving, again, access to all of these critical things, and especially in disinvested areas and in food deserts. We are committed to this and appreciate your continued support. I don't think we have a next slide, but we can see. I think we do want to address Atlantic Station with some key milestones.
Thank you, Jennifer Fine, for that presentation. My name is Dr. Eloisa Clementich. I'm the proud president and CEO at Invest Atlanta. Per our discussion previously, we were working toward Atlantic Station TAD. All debts have been satisfied, so we suspect at the end of this month we will be submitting legislation to officially close the Atlantic Station TAD. And that will go through the process, the city council process, so I suspect the next time we're before you, I'll be able to report that that has in fact been closed. We'll open up to any questions, Chairman.
All right, questions, Commissioner Barrett, followed by Commissioner Thorne.
Ms. Fine, Dr. Clementich, thank you for being here and for the presentation. I just want to say, as a member of the Invest Atlanta Board, on behalf of Fulton County, that it is, it has been really gratifying to, in particular, work on some of these issues around the food deserts and food inequity, and I'm really glad you were able to bring some of that to us at this meeting. I think it's important for the commissioners and the citizens to know that Fulton County is participating with you on addressing these critical issues. I mean, we talk a lot about public health here, and I think everybody recognizes that without healthy food, you do not have a healthy community. So I just want to highlight that, and thank you for your work on that. And I look forward to hearing more about the closure of Atlantic Station.
Commissioner Thorne.
Thank you. Thank you for coming here. This is very helpful to be informed on all the work that you're doing. I'm sure this is just a small fragment. I just had a quick question about the $260,000 grant for this, I guess he's an apartment building owner. How does it work? You give him a grant, and then what prevents that person from just selling the property, or what kind of stipulations are in place to ensure that that housing really is affordable housing for years to come?
Sure, that's a great question. And we don't typically, like in presentations like this, get into the weeds of that structure, but it's critical and actually the longer process for us. We have approval, and then we enter into contracts for all of our projects that really button all of that up. So all of our projects that we award funding to that have an affordability component have a maximum dollar amount for rent, as well as a term. You know, in this case, we have a 20-year term on that affordability. That is legislated, if you will, through a land use restriction agreement that gets placed on that property. So no matter what happens to that property, if it were to sell, that restriction's still in place on that property. And so those affordability requirements run with that property. Also important to note in this case, the property owner will have a construction loan that's also, it's with a community partner lender that also is wanting to ensure affordability. And so things, there are clawback provisions if that affordability were to ever go askew, but it's really that land use restriction that is a legally binding document that runs with the property. And we have a compliance section within Invest Atlanta that at a minimum has annual kind of audits of property. So there's lots of different layers and ways that we ensure. So that was a great question, but the back end of all of our projects is very cumbersome and very rigorous.
And then finally, I had the pleasure of getting to go on a Beltline tour recently. And can you tell me the main focus of the Beltline TAD upcoming? I mean, I know most of it's completed, and I think they're in Commissioner Barrett's district, but I don't know how long that's going to take to complete that area, and then what is the next area after that?
Sure. So I'm not the best person to speak holistically about all of the projects in the Beltline. I can say it runs through, I mean, there's many pieces to it. So fundamentally is the 22-mile trail itself that runs through lots of different commission districts and City of Atlanta districts. And completing that northeast section is the last bit. You know, the South Side Trail is under construction now. It's been funded. There's gaps to be filled, but that northeast piece was the last bit, and one of the images we showed in the presentation was the groundbreaking for that. So the trail completion is, you know, well on its path to being completed. But there's also a lot of different components that the Beltline TAD funds as part of the Beltline, the side connection trails and parks as well as using some of the available increment for affordable housing. So the Beltline has recently issued RFPs to construct affordable housing on the Beltline, some of which I've discussed in previous conversations. So the biggest area of focus, aside from buttoning up all pieces of the trail, is developing those pieces of property that the Beltline owes into affordable workforce mixed-use development to activate and create jobs on the Beltline. Does that kind of answer your question? It was a big
That kind of
answer.
answers my questions. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Commissioner Ellis, Vice Chair Ellis.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for the presentation. A few questions. Do you know what the present percent of the Atlanta tax base which would sit in the TADs in Atlanta?
Current percent of the Atlanta tax base within TADS is about 16 to 17%, I believe.
Okay.
That's from me visually looking at a slide I have on a presentation, so I could be slightly off, but I think that's pretty close.
Okay, so about 7% or so above the cap right now.
Excuse me?
About 6 or 7% above the cap right now.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And then for calendar year 2024, do you have the incremental property tax funding, or not incremental, but the property tax funding that went to Atlanta-based TADs, sort of broken out by Fulton County, Atlanta Public Schools, and the City of Atlanta?
We have that, and we can get that to you. I can't tell you all the numbers per TAD off the top of our head.
Okay. If you could get that information, that would be helpful. All right, thank you. All right.
Any other questions? Now, see you next quarter.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Okay, on page 11, 250029, Real Estate and Asset Management. Request approval of a statewide contract and the total amount not to exceed $161,655 to purchase and deliver 3 2025 Ford F-150 police trucks for the Fulton Emergency Management Aircraft Rescue and Firefighting Station.
Motion to adopt by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 250030, request approval to utilize cooperative purchasing in an amount not to exceed $190,528 to provide cardiac science automated external defibrillators.
All right, motion to adopt by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Under Health and Human Services, 250031, Public Works, request approval of the lowest responsible bidders in an amount not to exceed $14 million to provide standby miscellaneous construction wastewater system services.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 12, 250032, request approval to extend an existing contract for Pine Valley Phase 2A Interceptor Sewer Replacement at no additional cost.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Cast your vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Under Justice and Safety, 240906, Purchasing and Contract Compliance. Request approval of a procurement of supplies and equipment required for residents housed in the Fulton, in the county's jail facilities in a total amount not to exceed $2,239,975.02.
All right, is there a motion? We need to discuss this even. Motion to adopt by Commissioner Arrington. Is there a second? All right, seconded for discussion by Vice Chair Ellis. All right, Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When, I think this has come up, I think we've talked about this numerous times. When it came up at the last meeting, I think I think there was a lot of discussion that these items that are being requested here to be paid out of the general fund out of a particular line item should actually be items that are within the sheriff's operational budget. And so the county management team asked for direction on this issue. We voted. The vote was not approved, and I think that was direction. So I'm not 100% sure why this is back, but it's my sense that this should be just handled by the sheriff's budget. We should not be involved in whether or not he can buy toilet paper in particular and some other of the commodities listed. So I'm not quite sure how we move forward on this. Do we need to do a specific motion, or do we just want to give direction here? But I think that's the direction I think everybody seemed to agree on at the last meeting by vote.
All right, I happen to agree with you. Madam CFO, when the decision was made to for the, what was it called? The Inmate Welfare Fund.
Right.
Revenue from the Inmate Welfare Fund to come into the general fund versus staying with the sheriff. It was my understanding that all of those monies would come and be a part of the general fund. And the items, the relevant items, the items that should be provided as an ongoing basis, for example, soap, toilet tissue, underwear for the inmates, we ought to be providing that for the inmates. And I've said, not jokingly, but otherwise you'd be asking when someone is arrested to stop by Target and buy enough underwear to last while they're in jail. So that's not their responsibility. I think that's the county's responsibility. So to your point, I believe that the revenue that's derived from the Inmate Welfare Fund should come to our general fund, and in the sheriff's request, it should include those items that are necessary for the benefit of the inmates and to be funded by us now. And I think that's where we need to get to in order to, your other point, in order to address that problem today. What I would recommend is that we not approve the legislation that's before us and amend the sheriff's budget by this same amount for him to use. Now, that's a problem, I know, whether, and by the same amount, whether he will use it to buy these items or not, but that's what we can direct him to do, so he won't come back and say, we didn't provide revenue for the basic necessities in the jail. So that's what I would be supportive of. So let's hear from others. Again, the motion on the floor is to approve. Commissioner Abdul Rahman, Vice Chair Ellis, Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Chairman. Due to the fact that I was not here at the last meeting, I would not be able to vote on this. Relatively speaking, Chairman, I would probably be more inclined to support your suggestion, but I would need the information. I would not be able to give this a favorable vote today,
In theory, Chairman, I would agree with what you're saying, but as it stands right now, I wasn't here at the last meeting. I do have one or two questions, but I believe they may be answered with what you're offering, but I won't be able to give this a favorable vote today.
Commissioner Vice Chair Ellis.
I mean, I think part of what's here is sort of to deal with something that's looking back, and then the other part is sort of looking forward. I would recommend that we go ahead and approve these. The funds are there. They're just, and they are in our general fund. They're just classed they are in our general fund right now, correct?
Yes, Commissioner
Right,
Ellis, it's in non-agency.
It's in non-agency, so I think we've looked at the particular items. You've been through them. You all have looked through them. There's nothing I don't think that's controversial about the particular items that that should be purchased here. And so I would recommend that we approve this today. And I will also offer a friendly amendment that going forward that future funds that are related, where the source of funding is coming from, these two sources, telephone or commissary related stuff, which has been what supplied the inmate welfare funding, and we have a feeling that those funds are going to diminish over time based upon changes in law and so forth, correct? My recommendation that the future allocation of those dollars be split, with 50% of those going to facility needs and 50% going into the sheriff's budget. And that's my friendly amendment. I don't know if Commissioner Arrington is willing to accept that or not.
Do you accept that, Mr. Arrington?
I don't know if I accept it as is. I think that what Commissioner Ellis stated, and frankly what you and Commissioner Barrett stated, makes complete sense. I think these funds should be in the sheriff's budget. But I think the issue of where these funds should be placed is a separate issue from whether we should go ahead and actually buy the supplies. So I believe we should go ahead and buy the supplies, and I believe that these funds should go to the sheriff's budget. I'm open to Commissioner Ellis's suggestion of a 50-50, but I think once it goes over to the sheriff's office, it should go there. So I don't know that I think we do need a capital fund, but I think that's even, a third issue or a source of funding for capital expenditures at the jail. So I'm not going to accept the amendment to split it 50-50. I do believe that these supplies should be purchased, but I think what happens here is, the language says that the funding is in the inmate services unit in non-agency. To Commissioner Barrett's point, I don't even know what that means. The inmate service fund was abolished. It was abolished by this board. I voted against abolishing it. But how does it still exist in non-agency? It wasn't voted to transfer the inmate services fund to non-agency. The fund was abolished. The funds were transferred to the general fund. And so to still have an inmate services unit in the general fund does not make sense to me. I think these funds should be with the sheriff, but what budget the funds are in is a completely separate issue than whether these supplies should be purchased for the inmates. It's just a completely separate issue. One has nothing to do with the other.
Okay, the friendly amendment is not accepted. I'm sorry. Commissioner Ellis, you still have the floor.
Yeah, I appreciate Commissioner Arrington's remarks on that. I mean, the inmate welfare fund sat outside of the general fund, and it was abolished, correct? Right?
Yes, sir.
And what this brought, the resolution was passed, directed that be closed, and then those funds be brought into the general fund, which they were. You've created a line item in non-agency called Inmate Services Fund or whatever it is, but it's separate and distinct from the way that the previous, fund operated. And you've been taking in the request and then bringing those back to us for approval. And I'm not going to relitigate why we did that. It's clear we went through that because there was some improprieties going on in terms of how those funds were being expended. So we went to this. Now you bring these in batches. We've had, I think, 1 or 2 of these batches before that we approved earlier in the year, correct?
The board approved a similar commodities package last January or February. I don't remember exactly when.
I mean, I'll withdraw. I mean, I think we need to address this and move on with this particular amount. I think we can have further discussion around how the future funding, if we want to change it from this current approach into something else, seem to be, some general consensus on it, but maybe not total alignment. And I think we can take that up and resolve that at a future time. But I think this commodities package needs to be addressed, presently. And there's not, there should not be a compelling reason to hold that up while we debate how we're going to structure this thing going forward.
Commissioner Barrett?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a substitute motion to have the funding for these commodities items placed into the sheriff's budget so that he can pay for them directly without having to go through finance to do it. I think that, we're hearing some consensus around that, but I think if we're not specific and take a vote on it, it's going to remain sort of a question. And I think we can just put it to bed by moving it to his budget
Okay.
at this time.
I can support that with a friendly amendment, assuming you accept it, that we be very specific in that this list of 20 items here, that this 2 million, what is it, 2 million, whatever that, 2,239,975.02 be used specifically, solely, exclusively, specifically for the 20 items that are listed in this. If you would accept that.
I mean, I think that certainly is the intent. I mean, the sheriff has control over his budget, so once we give it to him, I don't know that we can enforce that, but I accept that, as a condition, I guess, if you will, of the movement of those funds, that they be used for that purpose. So yeah.
So you accept it?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Arrington.
So in response to the friendly amendment, I think we are violating the law, the Georgia Constitution, if we try to direct the sheriff on how and where to spend his funds. He is a constitutional officer, and I do not believe that we have the authority to direct him to spend his funds. Further, Commissioner Barrett, I think that if we shift this money, the money at this point to the sheriff's budget, it will take longer to procure these supplies. And maybe we need to hear from procurement. I think procurement is ready to go ahead and get these supplies right now and put them over there for the sheriff to use. I don't think the sheriff minds or whether this money goes into his budget or not. This money is for the supplies. So why not go ahead and approve the procurement of the supplies? Ms. Strong-Whitaker, what would this take longer if the funds were put in the sheriff's budget and then he had to request them?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Felicia Strong-Whitaker. Thank you, Commissioner Arrington. This is for the spending authorities so that the sheriff can place the orders for the supplies and commodities for the inmates as he needs to. They do have a warehouse where they store these items, but this is the spending authority so that he can purchase these without having to keep coming back to purchasing. We have vetted all of these. We found cooperatives. As you know, the supplies for the inmates are not regular day-to-day supplies that you can get from anyone. They're very specific. Some of them are specialized, so we have done our due diligence. We are bringing the package to you. We've worked with the sheriff's office on the quantities, the amounts, the types, the descriptions. If we do not approve the spending authority, we will not be able to make purchases on behalf of the sheriff's office for the inmates.
So I guess I read this wrong. I didn't read this to say request approval of spending authority of this amount for the sheriff. What I see on here is request approval of the procurement of supplies. So when I read request approval of the procurement of supplies, I believe that someone is actually procuring them. When I read, I see other agenda items that say request spending authority, and it says that, so I know what that means. It says, hey, they're just getting the authority to spend this, but that is not what this agenda item says.
So, Commissioner, I think there's a little nuance there. What we do is we do master agreements for the sheriff's office, and as they need the supplies, they order the supplies off of a master agreement. So we would do the master agreement for the amount that you see for each vendor represented. But the sheriff's office controls how they place the order for the actual supplies, because it's an annual amount, and if they need 50 extra large uniforms and not all 1,000, that's how they place the order. So there's a little nuance in the difference, but we would be cutting the purchase order or the master agreement for the full amount for each vendor listed. So I apologize for the...
No problem. I guess the point that I want to make, colleagues, is that we can approve this item, whether it's for procurement or the spending authority, without approving where the funds are or where the funds will be in the future, if that is the desire of the board. It looks like the substitute did not get a second, so I guess we'll continue the discussion.
All right, Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. Just for clarity, I understand that you provided a friendly amendment. Commissioner Barrett accepted it. I want to make sure if that's still in play. If it is, I can support that. I do want to ask the county attorney to weigh in. Is there anything legally that says that we cannot move forward with the friendly amendment and what Commissioner Barrett has accepted? Because it does answer the questions and concerns that I have, and I would like to vote for it today. If as it stands, if it's legal, if we're not breaking the law, I don't think we are, but of course I am not an attorney. So I would ask that you weigh in on it for clarity.
Let me confirm first that my understanding of the last friendly amendment was to just place this amount of money into the sheriff's budget so that he can use it as he sees fit to cover these expenses. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, and the chairman was asking, the friendly amendment was to sort of confine it to those items, and that's the part where there's a question about the legality.
I would say that once it is in the sheriff's, you can vote to put it in the sheriff's budget for this use. But once it is in his budget, any limitations on specifically how he utilizes it is most likely going to be problematic.
Can I just a point of order? There was a motion on the floor that was made by Commissioner Arrington and seconded by me. This was not a friendly amendment. This was a substitute motion.
It was a substitute motion.
Right, and you seconded or did not second?
I did second.
Okay.
There was no second.
I seconded the motion.
I'm sorry. I'm confused.
I think the last motion was the substitute motion made by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Chairman Pitts, but Chairman Pitts also added the friendly
amendment,
offered the friendly amendment
That's what I thought.
to restrict the use of the funds.
Okay. Yeah. Commissioner Ivory.
Just for clarification from finance, to Commissioner Arrington's question about spending authority versus actual procurement and that distinction. If moving this money from non-agency into the sheriff's budget, will there be an impact on the time frame of procuring these products?
That is a purchasing question. It depends on if the sheriff does not want to move forward with the package that's being presented. And if we have to re-procure each and every one of those, it would take some time, yes.
All right, wait a minute.
So wait, you're saying that right now you have the vendors and the packages ready to go,
Yes.
and you're saying that if we move the money into the sheriff's budget, that the sheriff could then choose new vendors and new packages to use the money to procure these products with?
He has that ability.
Who first asked for this request for this spending authority to be on the agenda?
So this is the same package that we presented last year, once the changes were made to the code about procurements. So we worked with the sheriff's office on the quantities, on the vendors. We worked with them to find vendors who are on cooperative contracts with the county. And so that the county are members of, or statewide contracts, or through the Department of Corrections.
So you've worked with the sheriff's office to identify
Yes.
the vendors that you would be using if this particular resolution was to go through, that those vendors are vendors that you have discussed with the sheriff's office.
Yes.
So it would be unusual if we transferred these dollars into the sheriff's budget, that the sheriff would want to start all over again with finding new vendors when these are necessary products that he needs immediately. Would you agree with that statement?
I'm not saying that he would. I'm just saying he has the ability to.
Okay. Thank you.
In other words, it would be, what's the word? Why in the world would the sheriff not? I mean, it would be insane not to use this money for the items that are those 20 items. And I know theoretically he can do whatever he wants to do with that money, but based upon this discussion, based upon those 20, what are the items? Give me, where? Just so the public will know what we're talking about. Somebody else read it. I don't want to foul
It appears that the intention here is to make sure that these very necessary items get to the inmates, correct? I think that is what we all are looking to do. And what we're trying to avoid by agreeing to this in its present state is that these are such necessary and vital items that the sheriff should be able to just order toilet paper, toothpaste, underwear when he needs to, without having to keep continuously coming back to this board. And that just seems to make good sense and good government.
That's totally correct. All right. I don't have to read the items. They're just, Commissioner. Yeah, you read. Well, wait a minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's read these into the record so that when folks come up to
20
talk
items,
about what he's doing, and know that if these items are not purchased through the sheriff, he'll have to come here and ask us why people don't have toilet paper in the prison. So uniforms, mops, toilet sheets, program supplies, toilet tissue, towels, washcloths, blankets, laundry detergent, trash bags, inmate tumblers, exam gloves, equipment, nasal Narcan, shank-free items, specific cleaning supplies, canine masks, 50-inch televisions, uniforms, laundry detergent, law library books, cleaning tablets.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Eric, you still want to be heard?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. I want to make sure that we are clear on the record. When I last spoke, I said that the item had not been seconded. I was looking directly at my screen, and the item had not been seconded. Now, it might have been seconded after I stated that, but I want us to be real clear about the record, that at the time that I made that statement, that item had not been seconded. So let's be real clear about that. Additionally, I am not going to support this substitute motion with the friendly amendment that we direct the sheriff how and where to spend his money. That is unconstitutional. We do not have the authority to tell the sheriff, a constitutional officer, how to spend his money. The Georgia Supreme Court and the Georgia courts have decided that issue long ago. Once we give money to the sheriff, he has the authority to do whatever he wants to with it.
All right, any other discussion? We appreciate your favorable vote on this, on the substitute. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open on the substitute motion. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
may I seek clarification on one
Yes.
issue? Since the language of the of the item was amended to include moving the budget funds to the sheriff's office, I want to clarify that it's the board's intention that we do that in advance of the budget being finalized, so that we
Yes.
can go ahead and
Yes.
move on with the procurement activity.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we're going back to the consent agenda. Page 8,
Why are we going back to the consent agenda?
the action item for under county manager's items. Yes.
Well, yeah,
So we're gonna wait till the end for that?
Yeah.
Okay.
we
Commission-
always do.
And Vice Chair had mentioned last meeting to add those to the end of the county manager's action items.
Well, he mentioned it, but that doesn't, I'm, whatever we want to do. If that's what we want to do going forward, that we were, so what we're saying then, even though it was a recommendation from the Vice Chair, that, so going forward, I'm okay with it, but let's be real clear, be on the same page. Any item that is removed from the consent agenda will be heard when?
At the end of the county manager's action items.
Okay? Everybody okay?
Point of order, Mr. Chair. We have to have a vote on that. It have to have an agenda item. It has to be published, and every public has to have opportunity to have notice of that item.
What's your pleasure? We can take it up now, and we will take it up. Go ahead. Sound it.
Yes, I wanted to hold the item on renaming the library.
Let her sound it. Sound it.
Okay, on page 8, bottom of page 8, under arts and libraries, 250019, request approval of a resolution to accept the name change of the East Point Library to the William H. McClure Library at East Point.
Thank you so much for that. Starting from the first day, I'd like to be a consistent legislator in the things that I campaigned on and the things that I'll say here. And one thing that I was definitely very strong about was that county dollars should be protected at all times, and those, I believe, also include any settlements, any lawsuits, any money that comes from the county because of the actions of somebody that is associated with the county. And that was something that I spoke of many, many times, and the record reflects that. So when I saw this item that we were going to name a library in East Point after William H. McClure, I wanted to make sure that I did the research to find out what that situation was and why we were doing that. And what I found that was that while Mr. McClure had for sure given much of his time and much of his service to the library system, he also was the reason why there was an over $18 million settlement with the county that was paid out because of remarks that he made about certain members of the library board, and it was a discrimination case. I do not feel that I could vote for something like that on someone who caused that kind of financial damage to the county. So I'm asking my colleagues to say to vote no on renaming one of our libraries. We would then be having a ribbon cutting ceremony. We would be creating a new sign for the library, and we would be spending more dollars on somebody that caused the county many years ago. It does not matter. It is the history of our county, and I don't think it's a wise financial decision to do that. So I am asking that we say no on this item.
Okay. Commissioner Thorne?
Thank you, Commissioner Ivory. We have done a massive renovation of all the libraries. We were just at a ribbon cutting recently for the MLK library, and there's 2 more left, and out of the 37 libraries, and East Point is one of them. And in light of what's been said, I'd make a motion to file this.
All right, is there a second? Is there a second on the motion to file? All right, properly moved and seconded. the file. Commissioner Arrington?
So I am, like some of the commentators that spoke in public comment, curious as to how this item got on the consent agenda. I've been working with Council Member Joshua Butler to rename the library after Patsy Joe Hilliard, and he has a petition and a resolution from the East Point City Council. I also got an extra $2 million for the East Point Library. So not only do I want to know how it got on the consent agenda, I also want to know why I wasn't spoken to about this.
So we need an answer to that question. It's a relevant question, Commissioner Arrington, but let's see. Let me look around here. Probably only 2 people in this assembly hall now were here when all of this happens. Let me put it in some context. CFO, I believe you were here. This happened, I believe, my second year here, probably 2004 or 5, around that time frame. There was a lawsuit that was filed, and Mr. McClure had been a very good member of the library board, but he unfortunately made some comments that were recorded at the time. Racially motivated comments. I won't go into what was said, but the women who were, that he was talking about ended up filing a lawsuit against the county. And it went through the process. At one point when we had spent, where the settlement was on the table for about $3 or $4 million, I remember it distinctly. Commissioner Tom Lowe and I urged our colleagues to settle the lawsuit because there was clear, and what's that word, y'all lawyers? Clear and convincing evidence that we were going to lose. But the decision was made over my objection and over Lowe's objection to proceed. Eventually, the court approved a settlement, or recommended a settlement of $25 million. But we were able to reduce it somehow. I don't remember how it got from 25 to 18, but when it came to 18, that's how this came about. But it went from 3 or 4 million that I wanted to settle in because I saw the handwriting on the wall based upon the evidence. The rest of the board didn't see it my way and Lowe's way. It ended up being judge saying 25 million. We got it back to 18 million. So that's how this came about. Am I pretty accurate? Madam CFO, you were here.
Yes, sir. It was a significant settlement.
So now, how it got on the agenda, Commissioner Arrington, I have no idea. Because I've talked with Commissioner Butler as well. I knew Mr. McClure, he was a good member of that board, but how this got on the agenda, I don't know. Madam Rochelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just by background, I would like to provide information about the naming process. So the Board of Trustees for the library approved a naming policy and process in 2012. What that process includes is any name submitted to the library director is then sent to a naming committee. That naming committee is made up of library staff, a member of the Friends group for that library, a resident, and a patron. All of that information is captured in minutes, and I can provide that to the board. Once that naming committee has a convening, they then proceed with issuing a recommendation to the Board of Trustees. The Board of Trustees then has an opportunity to vote the naming recommendation up or down. If it is voted up, it is then sent to the Fulton County Board of Commissioners for consideration. The reason that this agenda item was on consent is because it's followed the rules of consent agenda items. It had no fiscal impact. We weren't asking for money. What I will do is 2 things. In
how we address these matters moving forward to address Commissioner Arrington's concerns. One, when the library director receives a request for any naming, I will ask her to inform in writing the commissioner for that library. The second procedural or operational change I would like to recommend is that any future naming be placed on the regular agenda, regardless of the fact that it meets the consent agenda criteria.
And for the record, it's my understanding that the vote of the Library Board of Trustees was unanimous for this naming, but that's...
Yes, sir. The vote would not come to the Board of Commissioners if it does not pass a vote of approval from the trustees.
All right. Motion on the floor is to file. Commissioner Barrett?
Yeah, I just had a quick question about the potential renaming after Patsy Jo Hillard. Has that been submitted to the group for consideration?
Gail Holloman, the library director, said as of today, she has not received any written request for any other naming for any library.
So how do we make that happen?
We don't. It's up to them.
But somebody can.
It's up to them.
Well,
But somebody.
Commissioner.
Sorry, I'm just asking a question about the procedure. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Joshua Butler is, I guess, shepherding that from East Point's point of view. It's in Commissioner Arrington's district. He's aware of it. Now the whole world is aware of it. But it will have to follow the process that was outlined by Dr. Rochelle.
Sorry, yeah, and just to understand the process, they receive suggestions on the names. Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
A name can be submitted to the library director.
By
any citizen.
By any citizen.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, got it. Thank you all for
All right,
the.
motion on the floor is to file. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open on the motion to file. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
Back on page 12, Commissioners' action items. 240908, request approval of an ordinance to repeal and replace Section 101-68 Decorum of the Fulton County Code of Ordinances and for other purposes, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
All right, motion on the floor is to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. This has been around forever. We need something on the books. It can be tweaked as we go forward, but I would ask that we vote favorably today. Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe we already have a decorum ordinance on the books. And in fact, I know that we do because, man, I know that we do because you all attempted to pass it and adopt it against me when you all were breaking the rules trying to vote on a point of order. I made a point of order last year. Commissioner Ellis then tried to do a call the question. Unfortunately, Robert's Rules of Order, nor our rules, nor any law allows calling the question on a point of order. I asked the county attorney about this when this last came up last week, a couple of weeks ago at our last meeting, and I said, what is the outcome? What is the outcome of the investigation that she was doing regarding whether there could be a calling of the question on a point of order? I asked her that because, and we haven't gotten those results back from that investigation from the county attorney's office. I think that's very relevant because we were in the middle of a point of order. You all attempted to call the question. I let you know that you cannot call the question on a point of order, and you all were dead set on proceeding so much that you wanted to continue to violate the rules by doing that. Additionally, This item does not have anything that addresses a way to appeal the decision. That is a very important factor that should be included in any ordinance. If you're going to find someone and try to enforce something, a rule against them, there needs to be a procedure outlined for appealing that decision. And this ordinance does not have anything that addresses how to appeal the decision. So what do I do? What do I do? You guys voted last year to hold me in violation of decorum because you all violated decorum, because you all proceeded to try to call the question on a point of order. What do? This doesn't get there. Additionally, I made the comment that if you guys really want to address decorum, you have to stop allowing people coming in here and doing personal attacks on us. If you want to address decorum, you have to start up here. You cannot address decorum and try to hold us to decorum and then let people come in here and call us any name under the sun. And yet that wasn't included. There's no appeals process, and there's no outcome from the investigation from over a year ago when you all violated decorum by trying to call the question and move forward on the calling of the question during a point of order.
All right, I respectfully ask that we approve this today. If it needs to be tweaked, we can tweak it later. Commissioner Barrett, followed by Commissioner Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam County Attorney, I had not honestly thought about the appeals process, but I do think that's a valid point. It wasn't in the current. What we did was modify, one part of this, but there was never an appeals process. So I guess the question is, how do we do that? What can be done in that scenario?
So the appeals process, while due process is required to be built into your ordinance, the appeals process can follow the general law for quasi-judicial or administrative proceedings, which would then be taken up on a writ of certiorari typically to Superior Court.
Writ of certiorari no longer exists.
But in the typical writ of certiorari traditional sense, in that the law already provides that if you have an administrative decision, a quasi-judicial body renders a decision, you can take it up through the courts through an appeal process that is provided for by statute.
Okay, so just to delegal term that a little bit in English, if somebody here is accused of a decorum violation, the board finds it to be valid and assesses a fine, and they want to appeal, they file with Superior Court? Is that what you're saying?
I would have to look at it specifically. I believe it would end up in Superior Court if it qualifies under the statute. But I believe your question to me is this proposed ordinance defective because it does not include an appeal process? And the answer to that is no.
Okay, so this is valid as it stands, and there isn't, though it is not specified in this ordinance, there is a way to appeal via Superior Court.
Yes, there's a statutory process available, and the fact that it is not reiterated in this ordinance does not make the ordinance defective for that reason.
Okay, and just again, just from a purely practical standpoint, should this happen to somebody and they want to appeal, is that something that you would help them with, or would they have to get a separate counsel to get help with that?
To my knowledge, we have not had that situation arise. We would have to analyze it for the specifics of that fact pattern.
I mean, you're technically representing the county, not the individual.
So that would be a case against the county, is the way that the style of the case would read. So I don't
So it would be the kind of
imagine
thing
we
where
would
we would come
represent
and ask
directly.
for outside counsel, essentially. Okay, I just want to make sure I understand if this should happen, how it would play out. But it sounds like there are ways for it to play out and an appeal to be heard by someone other than this body, if needed. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Thorne.
Yes, we've worked on this. I don't know, we held it, 5 times? We've been working on it for months. It's been out there. We held it the last meeting. We brought it back again after holding it for 5 times, brought it back again, then we held it again. Certainly, Commissioner Arrington, I welcome your thoughts and considerations. If I'll work with you, if we can come up with some kind of appeal language to add to this, I'm happy to do that. But we are repealing the current decorum legislation and replacing it. That's strictly what we're doing right now. There was a mention of we need a call decorum on people who come down here, the public who comes down here to give public comment. We did take that into consideration, and Sue, I thought, Madam Attorney, I think we would be violating free speech if we limit what people say and can't say when they come down there. Is that correct?
Are we talking about public comment?
Yes, public comment.
Because this is a specific kind of forum, there are certain limitations you can put on it, like, for example, no profanity, nothing disruptive. But as a general rule of thumb, yes, free speech would lean towards allowing as much latitude as possible in terms of the subject matter.
And the public comment is handled in a separate section of the code. So if we want to amend that to restrict what, I hope we don't, what people say, we just have to be big boys and girls and take it. All right. Commissioner Arrington?
So, number one, this situation has already existed, which is why I requested and we're still waiting. Madam County Attorney, what is the outcome of the investigation into whether you can call the question on a point of order?
So this is something that I intended to brief you on in executive session. So without getting into the details, what I will say is that the report or the information we got back, the analysis we got back, contained internal inconsistencies that prevented it from being final. So I would like to discuss that with you in executive session.
Okay, let me ask a different question. Can you call the question on a point of order?
I believe that's the question that you asked for the parliamentarian to resolve, and that is the same report that I'm speaking of. So I would ask that I be allowed to speak to you about that in executive session.
Is there pending, does it involve pending litigation, real estate, or personnel?
So you're asking me
Madam
to opine
Attorney,
on something.
does the answer to my question involve pending litigation, real estate, or personnel issues?
It is a disputed legal matter. The unusual thing about this case is that the person disputing it happens to be a sitting commissioner. So it's a fairly delicate matter regarding a legal dispute involving the county.
I would take that as a no, that it doesn't involve real estate, personnel, or any of the issues that would allow it to be discussed in executive session, and I would ask you now in this open and public forum.
I will say that we have sought professional guidance from a parliamentarian and have not received a final analysis that does not contain internal inconsistencies. So my recommendation would be—
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
This is totally off topic of the decorum
agree. All
policy.
right.
Can we
So
move on?
So, all right.
This is not off topic of the decorum policy. This is specifically addressing the attempt to hold me in violation of the existing decorum policy and the action that I had to take in order to not allow that to happen. This is directly related to what happened. This is directly related to this ordinance that is before us now. It is directly related. It is the living past example that is still pending before us, and which I requested an investigation on, and I'm asking what
All right,
is the
Commissioner
result?
Arrington, Commissioner, I'm going to rule that this is not relevant to the matter before us. Let's move on. Commissioner,
Call the
Roberts,
question.
you have— All right, question's been called. Is there a second? Properly moved in second. Let's vote on the call of the question.
And the vote is open. I'll call the question. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
240910, request approval of a resolution to declare a local emergency with respect to the conditions at the Fulton County Jail for the purpose of expediting resources to support remedial measures to address the DOJ investigative findings and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington. Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll second for the discussion.
All right. Seconded by Commissioner Barrett for discussion. Commissioner Ellis, you have the floor.
I'd like to offer a substitute motion to file.
Substitute motion to file. All right. Substitute motion to file has been made, seconded by Commissioner Abdur Rahman. Now on the motion to file. You want to be heard on the motion to file? All right. We ready? Motion before us is to file. Let's vote.
And the vote is open on the motion to file. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
250033, request approval of a resolution by the Fulton County Board of Commissioners in observance of the 96th birthday of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Ivory. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 13, Commissioners' full board appointments. 250034, Audit Committee. Commissioner Ellis has nominated Chairman Rob Pitts for full board reappointment to a term ending December 31st, 2026.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 250035, Audit Committee. Commissioner Ellis has nominated Jay Small for a full board reappointment to a term ending December 31st, 2026.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas.
Can you please add mine? I don't know why I didn't take.
6 yeas, 0 nays with Commissioner Abdul Rahman. On page 14, 250036, Audit Committee. Commissioner Ellis has nominated Robert Concerca for a full board reappointment to a term ending December 31st, 2026.
You have a favorable motion by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 250037, Audit Committee. Chairman Pitts has nominated Vice Chair Bob Ellis for a full board reappointment to a term ending December 31st, 2026.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 250038, Audit Committee. Chairman Pitts has nominated A.J. Jane for a full board reappointment to a term ending December 31st, 2026.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, Vice Chair Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 15, 250039, Fulton County Arts Council. Chairman Pitts has nominated Jennifer Pino for a full board reappointment as chairperson to a term ending December 31st, 2026.
Favorable motion by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 250040, Administrative Committee of the Fulton County Defined Contribution Plan. Chairman Pitts has nominated Commissioner Abdul Rahman for a full board reappointment to a term ending December 31st, 2028.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Ivory. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays, 250041. Administrative Committee of the Fulton County Defined Contribution Plan. Nominations requested.
All right, I would move that we, Commissioner Thorne, be approved for this position. Is that right? Else?
I guess so, you, go ahead.
What?
You motion.
What did I do?
Hit the motion.
Oh, it's technology. All right, Commissioner Barrett.
Sorry, I'm just a little confused by the process here, because we've never done this way that I'm aware of. We certainly haven't done it this way since I've been here, where we have an agenda item to nominate somebody, other than vice chair, which I think has always been done that way. The normal procedure has been to have a name and a nominator ahead of the agenda. I mean, I don't know, were you asked about this? Did you know you were going to have this?
No, but I knew it was open.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not suggesting that. Yeah. It just feels like the person who's being nominated should have some time to understand what the board does, and if they're, if it's the timing and when they meet and all that works with their other board responsibilities. And I don't know, it just feels a little odd to be just throwing this at a commissioner with no advance warning. I'm fully supportive if you want the role, Commissioner Thorne, but I'm not quite sure how we ended up in this moment. So is this urgent that we do it this way? I'm just confused about why this is happening. How did this get on the agenda?
I've never seen it done that way before either in my 10 years.
So how did this get on the agenda?
These positions are vacant now, and we need people in these positions. And I've tried to spread the work out. We did have a conversation about, you may not recall, Ms. Thorne, but we did talk about this.
Yeah, but we didn't say that it was like a done deal. And I asked you about it yesterday, because you're on the other side.
Correct.
The flip side of it.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
okay, let's do this. No, well, let's do this. If you don't want it.
Well, she
Brett,
says
I'm-
she's willing, so
Okay, if
I
you're
just
not
want to
willing,
understand the
we'll get
process.
somebody else. You want it, you don't want it? All right, thank you. All right, are you finished?
Yeah,
All right.
just trying to understand.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman, do you have a question?
I don't have a question, but I just wanted to say to the county attorney, for the sake of clarity, that for those that may be listening to this BOC, is there anything that preclude us as a sitting body to not take the action that we're taking from the floor of nominating Commissioner Thorne as a nominee for this? There's not anything that is illegal that we're doing right now, because it's, sometimes we get caught in the weeds and we send the wrong impression to the constituents. So I just want to make sure there's nothing illegal about the action of opening this up on the floor, taking the nomination from the floor.
No, there is not. There's not a specific rule about how the nominations can be made, and they can be made from the floor.
Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
So the previous agenda item is 25-0040. It references positions 2 and 3. This item is 25-0041, which also references positions 2 and 3. So which one is position 2 and which one is position 3?
All right, to clarify, let's make 00402 00413. Let the records reflect that.
Wait, 0042 is a Atlanta Beltline Board of Directors agenda item.
40, I'm sorry. Okay. Commissioner.
So what's the clarification?
Which one is it? Come on. 3, 2 and 3. Correct.
Well, now I'm confused because it says there's a term, one term that's 4 years and then 2 terms that are 1 year. So which one is the?
This is not
This
complicated.
is not,
This is not
0040 is for a
complicated.
term of 4 years, with a 1-year term that is 4 years. It is for one position, calling it number 2. 0041 is for the exact same thing, 4 years with a 1-year term, calling it position 3. Therefore, the 2 positions are filled with 4-0 and 4-1.
Thank you. All right. Anything else, Mr. Barrett? All right, let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 16, 250042, Atlanta Beltline.
All right, I'd like to nominate Commissioner Ivory, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Commissioner Thorne, you want to be heard?
Yes, in light of the Atlanta Beltline project and that it is in Commissioner Barrett's district, the primary place that's left of development, I would like to nominate Commissioner Barrett for that.
Okay, is there a second? I'll second that. All right. We have 2, any other nominations? Commissioner Ivory, let's vote on Commissioner Ivory first.
Okay. And the vote is open.
Mr. Chairman, I was in the queue and so was Commissioner Ivory. Do we not get an opportunity to speak before we vote? And also, the substitute
Okay,
motion
you
was
can-
offered by Commissioner Thorne and seconded, so
You
that
have
should be the
you
order of
have-
operations.
You have the floor. We have 2 nominations. Listen, y'all, let me preside. This is not complicated. We have 2 nominations. I nominated Commissioner Ivory for this position. It was seconded. Commissioner Thorne nominated you, and you seconded. We have 2 nominations. We take them in the order in which they were made. Now, you have the floor.
You know what, never mind.
Let's vote. Go on Commissioner Ivory.
Great, I'd just love to say that this is a position that was vacated by my predecessor. I served previously in my years on the TAD Act, which is the Tax Allocation District for the Beltline. I live on the Beltline. The Beltline is majority in my district, and I'm fully capable and willing to serve and looking very forward to it. So it would be my honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. Commissioner Thorne, you want to be heard? All right, Commissioner Barrett?
Just for some context, this was actually a position held by my predecessor, Commissioner Morris. And when along with the Invest Atlanta Board, and they worked very closely together because of the Beltline TAD, et cetera. And when I took office, that particular seat on the Beltline Board was sort of, taken away from me, so to speak, to give it to Commissioner Hall. There's a significant portion of the Beltline in my district as well. I do serve on the Invest Atlanta Board, and I would also like to have the role. It's clear that you have the votes, Commissioner Ivory, so it is what it is. But I think, we have lost the plot here in terms of how we're handling these appointments in general and these nominations, in the sense that I think it seemed to me, and anybody who's been here longer than me, feel free to correct me, but it does seem to me that we had sort of a statesman-like, gentleman's agreement-y, whatever it was, that when you were on a board, you stayed on that board, and you got renominated to that board, and you inherited those seats from your predecessor. So either that's the way, in which case you are correct, Commissioner Ivory, that it would be, something that would be held by you. But we've changed the plot with the Rec Authority nomination now, saying we're holding them for people and all of this other stuff. So, I just think either we have a sense of fairness and we, support each other in these roles, or we don't.
Anything else? All right, Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Yes, Chairman, thank you. I'll be brief in my comments. Someone's sense of fairness to one person may be something else totally to someone else. Someone's idea of a hostile work environment may be a very political environment. I think, and I know this is the first meeting of the year, but I think it is in the best interest that you lobby, you talk to your colleagues, and you let the process take place. None of us own any of these seats. The Fulton County taxpayer owns all of these seats here. Nobody owns these seats. Nobody is entitled to anything. That's why you have a process. And so I can understand people wanting certain stuff because they feel like they should have it. I feel like I should be the swimsuit model for Sports Illustrated, but hey, I'm not. And so not to demean it, we get too much in the weeds and take stuff personal. And so what I would ask is that we respect the process. If I do not support you for something, I may support you for something else. It doesn't mean you're less qualified. It doesn't mean the other person's more qualified. And so as we come into 2025, and I know, Chairman, please just indulge me for a second, because I need to say this for the listening audience. If we're going to expect the taxpaying citizen of Fulton County to do better, we have to do better. We have to set the example ourselves. And so I would ask that whatever is going on today, let today be the last day of it. Let's go into 2025 with a collaborative spirit and a conversation being had before the BOC meeting. And so you will know where you stand or where you don't stand. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, Commissioner, you still want to be heard?
Just briefly.
Okay.
I just want to say we have two great candidates. Commissioner Ivey, you'd be great. Commissioner Barrett, you'd be great too, based on your experience. It's going to be a win no matter what for the Fulton County citizens.
And I think you'd be great, for the record. All right, let me recognize our Representative Jackson Ware. Wave your hand. Who's up here, state representative who's observing us today. Thank you for being present. All right, we have Ms. Ivory, Commissioner Ivory, up.
Yes.
Let's vote on the nomination we have two nominations, Ivory and Barrett. Ivory
correct.
was nominated. Let's vote on Ivory.
And the vote is open for Commissioner Ivory. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
On page 17, 250043, Atlanta, Fulton County Recreation Authority.
All right. Nominations. Are there nominations?
Point of order, the agenda item already lists a nomination, Mr. Chair.
All right, any additional nominations?
Yes, I would like to nominate Commissioner Mo Ivory.
Is there a second? All right, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Vice Chair Ellis. Commissioner Barrett, you want to be heard?
Yeah, I'd like to nominate Commissioner Arrington, as I had previously done on the agenda, which was the item that should have been held and brought back, so.
Is there a second?
Wait, point of order, Mr. Chair. I second, but the agenda item that should have returned was a nomination from Commissioner Barrett to nominate me. That is the item that should be on the agenda because it returned because you guys voted to hold it until January. So I don't understand how anything else could be before us. So please explain to me how the item that was held is not before us and that nomination is already not before us.
Madam Clerk, what does the record reflect? I don't recall.
Commissioner Barrett did nominate Commissioner Arrington. Then the board decided to hold that item until January. And then this item was placed on the agenda as well, a duplicate item for the Recreation Authority.
Okay, what should be before us right now?
The held item,
The held item. We
Yes.
can make additional nominations today.
if that's the
Okay,
will of the
so
board.
Is the held item on the agenda?
It is not, no.
How do we have an agenda without the held item on it? Politics. Politics. Do y'all see what's going on? Do y'all see this? Open and transparent government.
All right. The item before us is to approve Commissioner Ivory for this position. And we have a second nomination, Commissioner Arrington.
Wait a minute, she just said that the item before us was the held item.
All right, let's do, okay.
The clerk just said the item before us is the held item.
Just a minute, so the agenda item.
That's not on the printed agenda.
Just a minute. The agenda item is not correct. It should read, how should it read, Commissioner, Madam Clerk?
It should have Commissioner Barrett's nomination of Commissioner Arrington.
Okay, so that nomination then, any objection to having that correcting the agenda, to have the Arrington nomination added?
No objection.
Okay, now, we have an additional nomination, which is Commissioner Mo Ivory. And let's vote.
So do we
Arrington is first.
Okay, so we need a motion, please, for Commissioner Arrington.
Is there a motion? All right, motion to approve Commissioner Arrington by Commissioner Barrett. It is seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion fails, 2 yeas, 2 nays.
All right, on the nomination of Commissioner Mo Ivory, let's vote.
Okay, I need a second. I have the mover, okay. And the vote is open for Commissioner Ivory. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
25-0044, Other Post-Employment Benefits Trust.
All right, I'd like to nominate Commissioner Ivory. Second. What I did here? Yeah, I did it twice. There you go. All right, properly moved and second. Other nominations? Commissioner Ellis?
I just wanted to ask Commissioner Ivory to make sure she was comfortable with accepting this.
Yes, I am, thank you.
Other nominations? All right, let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item. It's 12:29. Let's take one more.
On page 18, 25-0045, presentation of the 2025 legislative session update.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Congratulations, Mr. Vice Chair, and to our new member.
Speak up, Ms.
I was just congratulating the Vice Chair and, of course, Commissioner Ivory, welcoming her. I'm here to provide a very brief update about the 2025 legislative session. This is not my slides. And Mr. Chairman, you said earlier, if I heard you correctly, that you'd like to refresh on the agenda that was adopted by the Board of
That's
Commissioners
correct.
on
What
December
will
4th.
what will be before the General Assembly on Monday?
Yes, thank you. Next slide, please. Just as you said, the General Assembly convenes on Monday. Our members will receive their committee assignments. They will adopt the adjournment resolution. The first week or so of session typically focuses on the budget. Just wanted to mention a couple of other things. On February 20th, we will have Fulton County Day at the Capitol. And also in February, ACCG will hold their Capital Connection Conference.
Wait just a minute. When did we decide to have Fulton County Day at the Capitol?
Last year, Mr. Chairman, we discussed it in your office, I believe. And we've also notified the board previously.
I don't recall. Did the board agree to, well, we may have discussed it, but did we agree as a board to have a Fulton County Day at the Capitol? Because in the past couple of years, there's been some confusion about that.
I don't believe we asked the board to vote. We viewed it as an engagement opportunity, which we don't typically request the board to approve as a body. But we shared it in our last update in December.
And this will be a Fulton County Day?
Yes, sir.
Solely and exclusively Fulton County Day?
That's correct. Next slide, please. We have 4 new members in our delegation who are listed here. Many of you met them at our reception in December, so we look forward to working with them along with the other members. As soon as we have their contact information, we will share that with all of you. Next slide, please. This is just a snapshot of the agenda that was adopted by the board on December 4th. And I'll just quickly go through these items. Those in orange are our top 3 items. Mr. Chairman, you've been very clear about making sure that we prioritize our legislative priorities. And then those in light blue at the bottom of the list are those where we are collaborating and supporting other bodies. Next slide, please. So in December of 2023, the Board of Commissioners adopted a resolution related to resources for Superior Court, and that was the genesis of this legislative priority, which does 2 things. One is to seek additional designated judgeships for the Superior Court, and secondly, to allow through the adoption of local legislation the authorization of judicial officers to handle certain non-serious felony and civil cases by assignment of the chief judge. Currently in Superior Court, there are judicial officers who hear family law matters only, and this would expand that to allow judicial officers for other matters, such as non-serious felonies and civil cases. The priority still is an additional judgeship. We've talked extensively with Superior Court. There are other judicial circuits in Georgia where they have legislatively designated judgeships, so we are continuing to review those they have, while the board has recommended up to 3 additional judgeships, they have let me know that they are not aware of any instance where that has happened previously, that 1 would be a huge step forward. But we are continuing to have those conversations with our legislators.
So are we asking for 1 judgeship or judgeships? 2, 3, 4, 5?
A minimum of 1 judgeship. Again, the board has previously said you think we might need more than that, but in talking with the Superior Court, they've said that a minimum of 1 would be extremely helpful for them. And the purpose of both of these is really to support greater efficiency in the court and to allow the processing of cases. We are the busiest judicial circuit in the state and possibly in the Southeast, and we need those resources to allow them to do their work.
I understand, but we're asking for 1.
Correct, yes. Okay. Thank you. Next slide, please. Similarly, in state courts, they conducted a study led by the Georgia Council of State Court Judges, and as a follow-up to that, which all of you have seen, I believe, they have requested 2 additional state court judgeships. This is a matter that can be handled through local legislation and would, again, be supported through, would support greater efficiency in the state court system and allow them to handle the volume of cases that are before them.
So clarify that. Now, you said this one can be handled through local legislation.
That's correct.
What does that mean? I understand, but just for those who do
So
not.
for in the General Assembly, matters that are handled through local legislation are adopted by the delegation, by a delegation, in this case, the Fulton County delegation, could adopt local legislation that those bills still go through a committee process. They are still voted upon by the full body of the General Assembly, typically through a local consent calendar versus going through the entire body for all portions of the legislative process.
So that means in English, if the local delegation supports this, there's a high probability.
That's correct.
Unlike the other one.
It can make it more complex, certainly, to get through general legislation. Next slide, please. This is really, this is a more complex matter where we are continuing to advocate for funding for, one, for a South Fulton Behavioral Health Crisis Center. We still believe that there's a funding gap with the Behavioral Health Crisis Center that we opened last year. We also received funding, $500,000 in 2020, in last year's budget that was adopted by the General Assembly. They approved funding for the planning and design study for a North Fulton Crisis Center. We are very constantly engaged, I should say, with DBHDD on that work. We also have not received funding for youth crisis. We believe that is an ongoing need. And the Georgia Commissioner Tanner from Georgia DBHDD has also talked about their need for resources for justice-involved persons. That may include forensic beds. It may include state hospital-type beds. And so there are, this is a deeper conversation that we are continuing to have and is one of our top priorities.
Okay. And what does advocate for South Fulton Crisis Center mean?
It means that we want to make sure that our legislators are aware that there is a need for crisis beds in South Fulton, as well as the center that we just opened in Central Fulton and the, that is being contemplated in North Fulton.
But there's no specific request for South Fulton in this session.
I think that we want to advocate for that as a future need. I don't know that we will be able to get that funding in this year, but we certainly want to make the request. Next slide, please. So again, we've talked about our priority areas. Want to talk about legal notices. Today, in 2024, beginning in January 2024, Fulton County's legal organ changed from a daily newspaper, the Fulton County Daily Report, to the Fulton County Neighbor. The Fulton County Neighbor prints on a weekly basis, and the law currently requires that to meet certain legal notices in our legal organ, it is dependent on the printing of a newspaper. That is not how most of us consume information. Most people today get information through online platforms. The timeline for their print schedule creates a backlog for the meeting that requirement for those legal notices. So we are asking for an amendment. This is something the ACCG has also worked on to allow us to place those notices on, continue to pay the legal organ, but to allow the publication of those online to meet that legal standard. We are also requesting to provide online publication of millage rate advertisements. It is very expensive to post those. In this instance, those are typically posted in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, which has also indicated that they plan to reduce their print publication in the future. Next slide, please. Transit board representation. The ATL board, Fulton County has supported public transit for decades, for more than 50 years, yet we do not have a permanent seat on the ATL board. While this board represents 1.2 million people, more than any other jurisdiction in the MARTA system, you have the fewest number of appointments to the MARTA board. And so we're seeking to reestablish that parity with other MARTA signatory agencies, which include DeKalb County, City of Atlanta, and Clayton County. Next slide, please. Last year, there was some work by this board to address concerns with the Fulton County Housing Authority. And in that process, it was determined that there were some outdated state laws related to residency who are beneficiaries of the Housing Authority. While HUD provisions allowed us to include board members who live within Fulton County, we do believe that there's a need to clean up this outdated law. And so this is when that we'll be working to simply make that change. And again, this is one that should be able to be accomplished through local legislation. Next slide, please.
And have you identified within the delegation, someone to carry the local legislation bills?
We have on several of them. So on this one, actually, I believe Representative Jackson, who's here with us today, indicated a support for that particular one. And we're having conversations with others as well. Go back one slide, please. The Office of the Child Attorney is responsible for representing the interests of children, primarily in abuse and neglect cases. In the course of their work, which has continued for more than a decade, they have run into certain situations that need to be clarified in code. For example, in a case where they are representing a child, where they're representing a child, but the parents of that child are also minors. In some instances, those minor parents do not have representation in cases, and they're requesting that that be mandated. There are also certain cases around guardianship. Again, these are very technical. The attorneys in the Office of the Child Attorney are simply seeking clarification in code to allow them to best represent the interests of the children that they are charged with serving. So we have talked with them. This is something we've made some cleanup previously, and the Juvenile Justice Committee is where this work has typically been housed. Next slide, please. This is one that the board talked with us about, and this is simply really about codifying some clarification related to purchasing powers of our constitutional officers and asking the General Assembly to consider requirement of constitutional officers to have purchasing and procurement policies. Next slide, please. Governor Kemp has announced that tort reform is one of his major issues for the 2025 legislative session. And this is really a county-specific request related to that, to recommend reforms to limit property owner liability for minor non-serious injuries and incidents that occur on their property due to factors outside of their control.
What does that mean?
It would limit essentially to judgments in cases around so-called slip and fall cases and things of that nature. And I don't know if the county attorney wants to weigh in further. But essentially it would limit some of the place limitations on the awards and some of the nature of the cases.
And did you say that would be specific to Fulton County?
No, sir. It would be, this is one that would be relevant to Fulton County, one that, in which we have an interest, but it would not be specific to us. And I believe that was one Commissioner Ellis asked us to include, and Commissioner Barrett as well. Next slide, please. This is one of the top priorities for the Association of County Commissioners of Georgia related to statewide funding for Next Gen 911. There are 8 public safety answering points within Fulton County, Atlanta, and Atlanta is being the largest. Fulton County's PSAP supports 5 municipalities. Our system and the city of Atlanta's are Next Gen 911 compatible, but some of the smaller systems are not. So this is certainly very relevant to people living within Fulton County. And essentially, they are asking for statewide funding to allow 911 centers and public safety answering points to upgrade their technology. Next Gen 911 is good for the person receiving care, the person who's experiencing an emergency. It provides greater protection for law enforcement. It gives them more information as they respond to an emergency. So this is one that, again, our system is already compatible, but this would support those systems within Fulton County that are not currently compatible. Next slide, please. Healthcare access is an issue that this board has supported in many different ways. So this is simply a policy position stating our commitment to increase healthcare for residents, including the expansion of Medicaid. Next slide, please. And this is an issue that was brought forward by the Tax Assessor's Office, and they are collaborating with the Georgia Association of Assessing Officials. They support a change in return dates for personal property and Freeport returns from April 1st to March 1st annually for greater efficiency in filing. Next slide, please. Go back one, please. In some instances, courts have supported use of digital court reporting. This is essentially allowing equipment to record. It is still reviewed by a human being. This can lower the personnel costs, and frankly, as we've learned, there's a shortage of court reporters. There has been for many years. Not many of our children are growing up to be court reporters, and it's something that is really can pose a challenge for the courts. So ACCG, this is another one that they are supporting and encouraging the General Assembly to provide funding for digital recording systems. Next slide, please. Our youth commissioners brought this item forward. They are very interested in legislation to raise the high school dropout age. There has been legislation around this earlier, so we're encouraging the youth commissioners to stay involved, learn that every piece of legislation can have complicating factors involved. There would need to be many associated code changes to support a change like this, but it's one that they brought forward, and part of the mission of the Youth Commission is to encourage them to be engaged citizens and advocates. So we will keep you all updated, and Jasmine has been doing a great job of meeting with them and talking with them about the process. Next slide, please. Just wanted to share our contact information. Commissioner Barrett may know that we are one person down right now in our legislative team, but we are here to support, and please let us know how we can help. Just wanted to mention that all of our departments have legislative liaisons in place. We are, this year we'll be hosting a weekly kind of Zoom call or Microsoft Teams call with those. Your staff are certainly welcome to join us for those weekly meetings where we will, they will be held after the ACCG meetings every week. So we'll be reporting back and sharing information with everyone. We will also, I've shared some notes with you about other ways that we'll be working with our lobbying team, and if there's anything that you have questions about, please let us know.
So speaking of the lobbying team, local in particular, how plugged in are they to the top three, our top three?
We have met with them about all of these matters, Mr. Chairman. So in fact, have been in communication with them in the last 24 hours about these. So I think they are, in my opinion, they're very well plugged in, but we're continuing to have ongoing conversation with them.
And Jessica mentioned, or I'll mention, Mr. Chairman, in the briefing that we had with the state lobbying team, we're also planning a weekly lunch with them to get an update, which we'll also inform the commission of, and you can join us.
That's right.
For that.
Is that on a set date?
I think they were talking about the early part of the week, were they not, Jessica? So
Yes.
we need to confirm that and get it set. It's going to be at the cafe that's down right at the Capitol.
On Washington Street.
On Washington. Thank you, Jessica.
Because they did an outstanding job for us last year, but I'm not sure. This is pretty aggressive here.
I think they'll, I think they're up for the challenge, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have two comments. I am absolutely opposed to the use of judicial officers. They have no accountability to the citizens and the residents of Fulton County. I've been practicing law for 29 years, and the use of judicial officers is not wise. They do not know the law. They are not as familiar with the law. They do not know the rules. The MARTA board is very important. It makes no sense that we have as much money as we put into MARTA that we would have fewer board representatives than other counties. Additionally, we have a further challenge to deal with because of the current 3 members that we appoint. For some reason, the North Fulton mayors are able to choose 2 of the 3 representatives.
That's right.
But the South Fulton mayors don't get the same option. This board selects on behalf of the South Fulton mayors. So it is absolutely insane. Why, if the North Fulton mayors get to choose their 2 representatives, why would the South Fulton mayors not be able to choose their representative? And there are 8 cities in South Fulton, so if there was going to be 2 people, it should probably compare to 7 cities in North Fulton. So if there were going to be 2 board members, it probably should come from South Fulton, not from North Fulton.
I totally agree with that and support that. However, that old expression back in 1832, to the victor belongs the spoils, that happened when the Republicans were in control of the delegation. And that's what they did. Now, how we can undo that, Mr. Representative Jackson, you got your work cut out, because this is critical.
Thank you. And we will share some analysis. I think we may have shared it previously, but it's been a minute, where we've looked at DeKalb and Clayton. And you're right, Commissioner Arrington, with all due respect to our mayors, they are also not signatories in the MARTA agreement other than the city of Atlanta. And so we do believe that the Board of Commissioners, which has that responsibility, should also have that authority, while, of course, being able to get input from the cities. And I think that's the balance that we have to achieve. But it is, as you said, Mr. Chairman, a complex matter, and one that is one that's, we're still gauging the support we have.
I just want parity.
Yes.
I mean, if the North Fulton mayors get to choose, then the South Fulton mayors should get to choose. If the Board of Commissioners chooses for all of them, that's fine too, but there needs to be parity and there needs to be equity. And we have not had that for at least the last 10 or 12 years, and it's very unfortunate.
Agreed. Thank you.
Other, Commissioner Thorne, sorry.
Yeah, if we want parity, then we need to look at tax base as well. I know in North Fulton, we don't have the access to MARTA that they do in other parts of the county. Yet it's a big tax levy on all the North Fulton citizens. So maybe that was the thing, I don't know, 10 years ago, but maybe that was the option in parity because we were paying so much into it and not getting usefulness out of it. I just had a quick question about there was a thing on the ballot about a tax judge with a tax court. Do you know anything about that?
Commissioner, I would like to look into that a little bit more. I don't want to misspeak. There were, related to House Bill 581, there's also, and I think you'll hear about this later this afternoon, other portions of that. But I'd like to look into the tax judge if you don't mind. I don't have that in my notes. Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
Yeah, so if they don't even have MARTA in North Fulton and they don't have access to it, they damn sure shouldn't be on the board and damn sure shouldn't have more representatives than South Fulton.
All right, other questions or comments? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And it's right at 1, entertain the motion to recess for lunch in executive session. Issues of real estate litigation and what's the third one? Personnel. Hello, y'all with us?
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. Madam Clerk, strike that. Madam County Attorney, items from executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there a motion to approve the request for representation in item 1 of the executive session agenda?
Motion to adopt by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
Is there a motion to deny the request for retention of outside counsel contained in item 2 of the executive session agenda?
All right, motion to deny by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Let's vote.
And the vote is open.
To deny.
Number 2.
Number 2.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
Is there a motion to approve the request for engagement of outside counsel in items 3 and 5 of the executive session agenda?
We have a motion to adopt by Commissioner Thorne. It is seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
No further action items, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Madam Clerk, continue.
Bottom of page 10, under Open and Responsible Government, 250028, review and approve the fiscal year 2025 final adopted budget and fiscal year 2025 budget resolution.
All right, Mr. Manager, Madam CFO.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, if we could have your permission to bring up MicroWiki and Blake Travis from ACCG. If you recall, in the last meeting, and this directly relates to the budget, great deal of discussion about HB 581 and how it will change the property tax process. Dr. Ferdinand and Roderick Conley and their staff are here as well. But this was specifically to answer some of the questions that were raised in the last meeting that we didn't have a direct answer to. So Mike, if you'll tee up how we're going to go through that. And again, Blake, thank you for being here and waiting until this point in the day to speak to us.
Okay. Again, MicroWiki, Strategy and Performance Management Office. Again, as the county manager referenced, this is kind of a high-level review for some of the questions from House Bill 581 that you guys had. And we do have our ACCG representative here to answer any additional questions. So first, I want to go to the next slide and just kind of highlight what we reviewed at the last meeting. With this, what you're going to see is, again, just a reminder of the major components of the bill. Again, this creates a statewide floating homestead exemption for the state of Georgia, which will just add another floating homestead exemption to what currently exists for us here in Fulton County. House Bill 581 also includes a new local option sales tax, which would be an option for all of those jurisdictions that currently do not have a most tax as part of their tax billing process. The third item is actually the property tax procedures. They will change a little bit with the notifications that have to be on the notices and the wording that will be on there based on some rollback rates that we previously discussed. So some of the directions that we need from the board today, what we asked about at the last meeting was how do you, as the board, want to proceed with this? Currently, if we do nothing, then there is an automatic provision in House Bill 581 that all jurisdictions are automatically in if we do not submit anything to the state by March 1st. Otherwise, if there is a will of the board that they wanted to opt out of this as a bill, what would happen is that we would have to go through a process with 3 hearings for the public to come in and submit their comments. And then, we'd have to submit a resolution to opt out to the state. The other question that was asked is, based on the decision of the board, what would be the level of education or public outreach that we would be looking at to do? And I think some of that has to do with the decision that's made on either the automatic opt-in, doing nothing, or taking a proactive option to opt out. Some of the questions that were asked to us through this process were, what is the possibility of what this might look like in terms of effect on our budget for 2025? Some of those numbers are still coming in, so what the tax commissioner and the tax assessor did is they actually went back, looked at the data, used 2024 data and said, if we had enacted this last year, that effect on our budget would be about a $2.3 million loss in property tax revenue. But if you look at our overall budget and what our overall revenue is from the general fund, that is a small amount of that overall figure. But we just wanted to give you guys that figure as a question that was asked. The other option or question that was asked was, are there any effects on what would happen to the T-SPLOST, the Transportation Local Option Sales Tax, that we would have with the cities? And the answer to that is actually no. The FLOST is actually exempted from that cap, so therefore doing this does not have any effect on the T-SPLOST as we would move forward with the cities on that into the future. I think those were the two questions that we had asked at the last board meeting and answered those for you. And we're open to any questions that you guys have at this point in time and the direction you'd like to provide to us.
All right, commissioners. Commissioner Arrington?
Are there limits on what could be done with the new local option sales tax? I mean, how could the funds from that be used?
Sure, it's Blake Travis with ACCG. Happy to be here to be a resource for y'all. So the new sales tax, it has to be used exclusively for property tax relief. So it would be a rollback of the millage rate to account for the proceeds from the new tax. There's no net revenue generated from the tax, from the sales tax.
And how does our existing floating homestead, how would these two work together, or that would just be an additional floating homestead?
Right, so the existing, I believe Fulton County has a 2005 floating homestead exemption. It's very similar to this HB 581 exemption. The taxpayer is going to get the larger of the two. So in some instances, the new one will be more advantageous for a taxpayer, but in most cases, it'll be the older one, I'm guessing. Either one of those qualifies Fulton County to participate in this new tax. You have to have a base year homestead exemption in effect to participate, but the cities within the jurisdiction also have to have a floating homestead in effect as well.
If they adopt 581?
Yeah, if some of the cities in Fulton County opt out that currently levy a property tax, then you would not be able to take advantage of this new tax.
And we've already got one, so okay, thank you.
All right, other questions or comments? Commissioner Ellis?
Just real quick.
Vice
So
Chair Ellis.
the, on the additional potential sales tax, it's still subject to 2-cent cap, right? And, correct?
They revised the caps in HB 581. So they kind of now have set up in different categories. This new penny does not fall under, it falls under a cap, but there should be room for Fulton County to do
You can't
this.
tell me how much room there is, because we've got different taxes within different jurisdictions. And, you know, the way I originally read this, it's been a while since I looked at it, so we had that meeting in December. There's a 2-cent cap, but I think one of those individual taxes is exempt, not both, correct? Right? Like, I mean, like East Boston and other sort of stuff, it's not part of the cap to begin with, right? And then, go ahead.
So one of the pennies for either the MARTA or the T-SPLOST counts against the cap,
Right.
which would still leave us the room for the additional penny or it should be 0.75 is currently what we have. So you would have the difference of like a 0.25.
0.25. So the opportunity is fairly minimal, and then it wouldn't be applicable in places within the county that have an existing most, right?
That's right.
Which number one, we know the city of Atlanta has the most, right?
Yeah,
So
East Point, College Park, Hateville.
Okay. So the opportunity for any benefit or relief in terms of how you want to style it related to the sales tax within Fulton County is 0.25, but really a fraction of that in terms of if you got it at sort of a countywide look.
Right, because it's also subject to an intergovernmental agreement with the remaining cities
Okay.
and how you want to distribute it.
So that's sort of a fractional thing. So really we do nothing, we opt in, the citizens get the benefit of whichever is better, correct? And I think we discussed at the last meeting, then the question was there any operational risk to us doing this and being able to execute that by being able to make the exemption calculations and handle whatever may be required in terms of, notices, et cetera. And I'm not asking you all that question because you all have nothing to do with that, but I see our tax assessor and tax commissioner are sitting in the audience, and I don't want to misstate for them, but they had assured us at the last meeting that from an execution standpoint, they feel that they can do so and manage that. Is that a fair statement from our tax commissioner and chief assessor? Yes, okay, all right, thank you.
Other questions or comments? Anything else? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, do we feel like we need to give take a vote in terms of direction that we want to opt in?
I think you should,
Yeah,
because
I was
it's
going
a.
to ask you for
Yes, sir.
what's your recommendation?
We would recommend that we stay with the opt-in. It's also a positive, I think, from a press perspective, in that you're giving the taxpayer the best of whichever option.
All right, recommendation from the manager and the CFOs to
So moved.
opt-in. We have a motion to do so by Commissioner Ellis, it's seconded by Commissioner, strike that. Motion by Vice Chair Bob Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
All right, Mr. Manager, Madam CFO.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you for, again, your patience. Getting to this point, because this is an important discussion, I just want to make a couple of 3 comments up front. First of all, there's always been some conversation as we get into the budget about our our expenses exceeding revenues. Pleased to report, as you've seen now in this final document, in 2024, our revenues did exceed our expenses. So we had $879 million in revenue and $867 million in expense. So a $12 million difference, keeping our fund balance as well as our AAA rating in good shape. As you know, though, we face many challenges going into 2025, and that's what, of course, this document that's before you will highlight. We've used a rules-based approach, which effectively eliminates program expansion and new programs and only funds those things that are either contractually that we're bound to provide or are a life safety issue. The DOJ, having published their order and now having it approved by the court, I think we feel fairly strongly we're now in the world of what Donald Rumsfeld would have said years ago of known unknowns. In other words, we know what the order requires. We do not know the expense and the operational impacts and the details of being able to comply with that order. So our principal recommendation is to take all underruns from last year and reserve those against what will be anticipated needs yet to be defined in 2025. And you'll see that in a moment when we present it, and you'll have the ability to obviously use those dollars accordingly. Also, we have great confidence that the budget as proposed, which is significantly more than what we spent last year. It's not significantly more than what the budget was, but comparatively, it's a $990 million budget, general fund, and our general fund expense was 867 million. So there is, a significant amount of difference between what we actually spent and what the budget is proposed for 2025. So, again, that all being said, we think, keeping our powder dry and reserving the amounts that we're going to recommend is the wisest course. I did dust off because I'm reminded of when we entered COVID and we did not have any federal funds available, we took some extraordinary expense control actions. We can take those again. And when we did do kind of all of the above, saving from the last year, taking expense control, if you recall, we generated about $30 million that we used in advance of receipt of any federal dollars. That may be something that we will have to contend with as we move into 2025 and the DOJ requirements, the consent order requirements, become more clear, but we're not prepared to recommend that today. So with that, I think I believe Sharon Whitmore, our CFO, is going to go through the presentation. Again, thanks to Sabrina and Hakeem for their hard work. And again, apologies for the late delivery of this, given our end-of-year closeout being complicated by the IT issues that we had right at the end of the year. So, Sharon.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Next page, please. Next slide, please. We always like to start with summarizing our year-end results. I think actually the county manager did a great job of sharing that with you already. These are the actual numbers, though, so I thought I would review those quickly. From a revenue perspective, when we made our projections and presented the proposed budget initially, we were looking at a $886.2 million revenue projection. We actually ended at $879.1, which was about a $7.2 million reduction in projected revenue. From an expenditure perspective, we performed a little better than what we had originally projected. We projected $893.5 in expenses. We ended at $866.8. So we picked up about $26.7 million. When you add those together, that is the $19.5 million that the county manager was referring to in underruns, if you will, that we were able to add to the resources that we have available to help support the 2025 budget. From a fund balance perspective, what that meant is instead of ending the year with our projected $220 million in fund balance, we ended with $239.7. Next slide, please. This slide provides a little more detail around the areas both on the revenue and the expenditure side that we saw the most significant differences in our final year-end results from what we originally projected. So on the revenue side, we ended up doing a little bit better in local option sales tax, prior year property taxes, commission on tax collections, prior year motor vehicle, and then a handful of items in the other revenue category. But we had some areas that we did not meet the amount that we had originally projected, and those are shown down at the bottom under the reductions. So we did not meet our original projections in the current year property tax category, current year public utility tax, motor vehicle tax, and interest income. Netted together, all of those is what comes down to that $7.2 million difference from our projection to actual. On the right-hand side of the screen, on the expenditure side, the major areas where from projection to final, we ended up with more resources. We had some resources that were not used for the 2024 general election runoff. Some of those we've recommended for reappropriation because we have invoices that we expect to receive for the goods and services that were rendered to the county and the completion of that. We had the $10 million that we had initially set aside for the debt issuance to support a jail bond issuance. We also had funds remaining, 9.7 million from salary savings. And then we had about $2 million that are items that we were unable to pay due to time. We expected to receive the invoices but did not receive them, or we were unable to pay them because the system, we lost access to the system on the 30th and ran out of time before the end of the year on the 31st to actually get them processed. So those are the items feeding into the differences to our projections. Next slide, please. Summarizing this then as we roll into the impact that these changes have on our 2025 budget from a revenue perspective, we have a couple of items that net to zero, so no change in the total revenue, but we do need to make some adjustments between categories, and those are presented here. So we will need to add about $5 million to our prior year public utility expectation, and then make some reductions in prior year property tax and a handful of individual lines within the other revenue category. Those net to zero, so there's no total change in the revenue picture, but some changes between individual lines. Next slide, please. From an expenditure perspective, the proposed expenditure budget presented in November was $973.7 million. With the additional resources that we were able to carry forward from 24 to 25, and based on the county manager's comments, we do have some recommendations for some budgetary changes. Those are summarized here and presented in the budget booklet that we provided to you yesterday afternoon. The first item is a reallocation of 24 known obligations. This is primarily in two areas. $1.9 million for registration and elections to reappropriate some of the resources that they did not spend in 24, for which we know we have outstanding invoices and a financial need to cover, and about $143,000 in outstanding P-card payments that where a transaction got hung up in the system and we were not able to clear it by the end of the year. Rather than having those departments absorb those costs out of their 25 budget, we wanted to reappropriate those funds and clear those costs. The next item, the $13.9 million, is the reserve fund the manager spoke about relative to the DOJ investigation and the consent order. As noted in our message to you, we have proposed that be allocated out in 3 different buckets of equal proportion, one to the risk management fund, one set aside for any operational needs related to implementation of the requirements of the consent order, or I should say initial implementation requirements of the consent order, and then an equal amount for any additional facility-related costs that may also be required by the consent order. And those buckets would each be $4,634,421. And then we have a department reallocation request. It shows as zero because of rounding, but it's actually like $26,000. And then that all comes down to $16 million. We did also set aside the required 16.67% reserve, so we are staying within our fund balance reserve requirement, ending at a proposed expenditure budget of $989.8 million. Next slide, please. And this depicts then our final fund balance, proposed fund balance position for 2025 with these changes included. The beginning fund balance carry forward from 2024 of $239.7 million, total proposed revenue of $915 million, Total proposed expenditures, $989 million. The available fund balance is $165, and that calculates out to the 16.67% required reserves. And we just wanted to note that that does meet that reserve requirement. And that's it for the presentation. The booklet that we provided to you outlines this a little bit more in detail in the memo, along with some changes that we have to the water and sewer system, the airport fund, and the risk management fund. And with that, Mr. Chairman, we are ready to take any questions or comments from the board regarding the proposed budget.
Thank you, Madam CFO. Vice Chair Bob Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam CFO, for the presentation. Yeah, I think we should all acknowledge certainly that from a budgetary standpoint, this year is a little bit of a unicorn and an oddity given what we, the DOJ agreement, which we entered into at the end of last year, and certainly that presents its own sort of set of challenges, but from a financial standpoint, one of the biggest challenges it presents to us is that we're faced with approving a budget within a fairly short period of time, and we're not going to be able to quantify what the impacts of that are at this point in time. So I think that's clear, and any sort of seeking to do that, is sort of a fool's gold, because there's just so many different, things in there that we don't know at this point and won't know for some period of time as in terms of as we work through that arrangement. So I think the management team and the recommendation, to present this in terms of just really preserving funds in reserve till we have a greater sense of what we know is the prudent approach for us to take. It's definitely, we've heard asks from all kind of different pieces of the county, and in a perfect world, we'd be able to say yes to everything, but, we're certainly not in a perfect world, and we definitely got to prioritize, kind of what we have before us and to take care of what we need to take care of. I think it's important, even with what's proposed, to note that I don't believe that there are any areas outside of elections, which is a seasonal thing when we have certain elections in certain years and certain elections in other years. So we have seasonality in the overall elections budget. But I don't believe there are any departments that are seeing a budget that is less than what they spent in 2024. Is that correct? Outside of elections.
I will say yes, Commissioner Ellis, Vice Chair Ellis.
Yeah, and
that would be true.
Right, and just sort of to highlight certain areas where, from an actual 2025 proposed versus 2024 actual, just for a few areas, the probate court, 14% increase proposed versus 2024 actual. Magistrate, 13.4% increase versus proposed versus 2024 actual. District Attorney, 9% increase, 2025 proposed versus 2024 actual. Marshal, 9% increase, 2025 proposed versus 2024 actual. So my point in sort of sharing that is we're not asking people to starve themselves and starve the county, but because these are fairly healthy increases, relative to, what your spend was in prior year, and those of us that have generally operated in any sort of corporate environment know that that's often how we get, often how budgets are formed and what the asks are. So I think those are important to note, not to diminish any ask that any one individual department may have. The other thing I think is important for us, and is going to be important for us throughout the course of this year, is we're approving something right now with a lot of unknowns. Throughout the course of the year, we're going to know more. Perhaps some of these numbers turn out to be more conservative, and we're going to be able to take some funds and be able to look at doing some things that are differently and consider some of the asks that were made. Perhaps they're not. Perhaps it's not conservative enough, in which case, I think that's what we're all kind of going to have to monitor, and with the help from our management team, to say, hey, are there some times where we need to execute some more spending controls? And as you've stated right now, you're not recommending that at this stage of the game. But it's something that we need to be attuned to, and that you're going to be attuned to. We've lived through this, like you said, with COVID, and we were able to act upon that. So I think that this is a good middle-of-the-ground approach for us to take, and I don't think we're going to know any more within the next couple of weeks. And I think it's the prudent thing for us to do, to go ahead and take action and approve it as it's been presented. I think the reserve, and so I'm going to make a motion, Mr. Chair, that we adopt the 2025 proposed budget and all the other related funds as proposed by the management team, or as presented by the management team, and that the $13.9 million reserve, which is categorized out this encompasses a $13.9 million reserve with a $4.6 million in each of the categories related to the DOJ report for operations and facilities, as well as $4.6 million that would go towards the reserve fund to address not only potential things that may emerge from the DOJ stuff, but just litigation generally, and potential litigation that we have, because we've seen an uptick in that activity over time and over the recent years. So I think it's prudent to make sure that we've not restricted ourselves just to the DOJ piece for that component of it. So that is my motion, Mr. Chair.
All right, you have a motion to adopt the 2025 budget. Is there a second? Is there a second? One more time, is there a second? All right, at this point in time, let's see, Commissioner Barrett, let's talk. Go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the effort, Madam CFO, Mr. County Manager, and the entire finance team. I know this is quite a process, and every time I have been past your strategy office, y'all have been hard at it, so I know you put a lot of time and energy into it, and I appreciate that. I have some questions. First, I want to say I very much appreciate the premise of the that we have these unknowns, these known unknowns coming our way, and we don't really know what that's going to look like from a dollars perspective in this coming calendar year. And I appreciate the idea of putting some of that money, the underrun money that you referred to, aside, certainly to prepare ourselves as best we can for some of those unknowns. That said, I think it's certainly fair to say that while some departments have received increases, and Vice Chair Ellis read some of those, many of our departments ran very close to their budgeted numbers for the prior year, for 2024, and they also have been making the same requests over and over again, year after year after year, for additional staff, additional resources that they need to continue to operate and serve their constituents with whatever their responsibilities are. So, on the one hand, yes, some of them are getting some increases, but we know that costs of goods have increased. We know that there's been some salary increases along the way, et cetera, et cetera. So I say that only to say that we're cutting it very close to the vest with the budget that we have. And, this is the first year for me that there's just nothing else that can be approved by us from some of these additional unmet requests that we have listed in the tranches. So, I think we've heard from a lot of folks regarding arts funding. We've heard from the various justice partners, the courts, Solicitor General, et cetera, and then so many who don't make cases here in front of us, but who have put their requests in the system and are relying on us to do the best we can to start to give them some resources. And for example, I'll bring up the Public Defender's Office, who has asked time and time and time again, who is understaffed. And by not funding, giving additional funding to the Public Defender's Office, just as an example of many of the justice departments, cases are slowed, backlogs continue to accrue, and more people spend more time in our facility, in our jail facility. So, and that's just one example. So I'm saying all that to say, I think, despite the fact that we sort of squeaked by in 2024, and we're trying to do that again this year, we have to be really clear about the fact that there are a lot of people here who are not making salaries that are competitive, who are having to work second jobs in a lot of departments. A lot of our sworn officers across multiple departments, the police, the sheriff, the marshal, are in those positions where they're not, where they're having to work second jobs. So, while I appreciate that we all have to tighten our belts and make do, I just think we need to be very, very clear on the fact that this is not a comfortable position for a lot of these departments. And it's certainly not a comfortable position for me to approve a budget that doesn't try to improve the lives of all of our stakeholders as best we can. I have questions in particular about just the presentation that you all just gave, the handout here, and that's up on the screen. And just this is just a technicality, I guess, but on the first page, there's a reference to the 19.5 million in underrun, essentially. But then when you break it down on the second to last page, I guess it is, or no, where is it? Yeah, it's on the second to last page. You say you have the 13.9 and 2.1, and where's the rest of the 19.5? Did I miss that?
Commissioner Barrett, I did mention in my remarks that the balance was used to ensure that we met the minimum fund balance reserve on the 989.8 million in total expenditures.
Gotcha. The other question I have, and I just honestly can't remember this from prior years, but presenting this as and it's in multiple places presented as sort of a comparison to the mid-year actual versus sort of a presentation of our performance to the budgeting of 2024. So instead of looking at 2024 budgeted versus 2024 actual, we're looking at mid-year projection versus actual. I'm just wondering what the reason is for that.
It's generally because the mid-year projection is what we use when we develop the proposed budget. And so when we do the mid-year projection, we build in a certain set of assumptions, and those are the ones that we're using as we develop the basis for the next year's budget. We could have also, at different points in times, we've included the budget column as well to show the budget, the projection, and then the final results. At some point in time in the last, I would say probably 5 years, we've dropped that budget column, but we can show that information as well in the future if that's more helpful and beneficial to the board.
I mean, I think my perspective on that is that, we're trying to, do our best to approve a budget and to get better every year at budgeting. And so to knowing how we performed in terms of what we budgeted, and I think is important for us to know and for the public to know. And so obviously the numbers are available in the various things you've presented. They're just not presented in a chart as one thing. And so I just pulled my own, pulled the numbers together off of the various sheets just to look at our performance, as budget to actual. And from what I'm seeing, we over budgeted on the expenditure side by 87.3 million. Is that accurate? In other words, we budgeted for a $954 million expenditure budget, and we spent $866 million, correct?
Yes, that would be correct.
Yeah, so we over budgeted by 87 million, which, from an accounting standards perspective is reasonable. It's 9.15% over budgeting, and I believe the standard is 10% or less is where you want to be. However, when I dug a little bit deeper into the numbers, and I looked at where I was sort of wondering where were these expenditures we budgeted for and didn't spend. And I know you mentioned one of them in your in your discussion already, which was the 10 million set aside that didn't end up getting spent. But that's 10 million out of 87 million. And so point being, the non-agency category is the one where we most egregiously over budgeted. We budgeted 228.7 million in 2024 and spent 172.4 million. That's a difference of 56.3 million. And that's a percentage of close to 25% over budgeting in non-agency. So, if there was 25% extra in non-agency last year, and this year we're increasing from a 228.7 million in the 2024 budget to a 251 million in the 2025 proposed budget. So we're increasing already several million, 30-ish, and we overspent last year by 25% or 56 million. Seems to me there's money there in non-agency that we could be repurposing to other things that are needed in the county, or reducing the budget by a reasonable amount. So I would say, if we're still looking at even 10% overage on non-agency, if we figured the 251 might have 10% of cushion built in, that's 25 million, meaning there's 31 million that could be eliminated from that, which would save us not only the 31 million, but also the amount that would go into the reserve on that 31 million. By the way, as a side note to all of this, and I think this is worth noting, the remaining departments, other than non-agency, ran only 4.2% over as it related to their expenditure budget on average. And so congratulations to them, right? Because everybody ran pretty close to what they thought they were going to run. And I think that's real. I'm being very serious. I think that's a really great work on them doing their budgeting, you all working with them, and how you're running the county, Mr. Manager. So, that's to be congratulated for sure. But what's sitting in non-agency, in many cases, which is sort of buried 3 layers deep in terms of what it is for, it just seems like there's an excessive amount of money there. So to that end, and thinking about the 13.9, I do think it is imperative that we not only hold money aside for what may come in terms of these unknown expenses, but that we are proactive in working on the justice issues we have around the jail and throughput through the justice system. And at a minimum, we look at trying to help the sheriff's office hire and retain staff. We were in a meeting, Commissioner Ivory, Commissioner Thorne, and I, with the sheriff yesterday, and he made it very clear that he's been able to hire but not able to retain, and that's been an ongoing challenge for him. And I think many of us saw the state's plan, Governor Kemp's plan, to add $600 million to their budget for prison reform and to start hiring additional people to work at their prisons, as well as salary increases for their officers and folks working in and around the prison system. And so that's going to make the landscape even more competitive in terms of trying to get people hired at our facility. And so, I think waiting several more months to see what potentially comes out of the consent decree is we're going to have to modify no matter what based on that, but I think it would behoove us to put some signing bonus money into the sheriff's budget, and based on the calculations that we got from, and the information we got from the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, they have, I believe, and somebody can correct me if this is incorrect, but I believe they have 50 sworn officer positions that are open, and the sort of going rate to be extra competitive would be $15,000 sign-on bonus, which is a total of $750,000. So I think it would I'd like to see 750,000 be put towards that so that the sheriff's office can have that tool to attract and retain folks. Because, and as I think Commissioner Thorne brought up during the call, when they do the sign-on bonus, they are also signing a contract to commit to being with us for a certain number of years, and I don't have that number, so I don't know how many years they commit to. I don't know if you did. Were you able to get that, Commissioner Thorne? Yeah. So we think 3, but that's a huge help, because right now it sounds like there are people leaving after a year. Yeah, they get the training and they get certified, and then they go on to places where they can get signing bonuses and overtime pay, et cetera, et cetera. So to that end, the other, I think, real need in terms of retention and employee attraction for folks working in the jail is the overtime money. And I believe, and County Manager, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe at the beginning of 2024, the proposed amount for overtime from your office, I think, in concert with the sheriff's office, was the $4 million. Was that what it was?
That's what I recall, or was it 4.5? Do you remember? I think 4.5, Commissioner.
Yeah, and through various machinations with the budget process, it ended up at 2.5. And of course, we've had a lot of discussion over the course of the year about how much additional or not to fund. But I think, if we went back to what was advised by you all last year and looked at increasing the 2.5 that's currently allotted in the 2025 proposed budget for overtime to a total of 4, so adding a 1.5 would get him back to that 4 million. And just for a point of reference for everybody listening, watching, his actual overtime spend in 2024 was 7 million. So I think, I'm certainly not suggesting we should go there, but I think 4 million is a reasonable number, especially if we're able to give him the tools to have more full-time staff on board. That would hopefully lessen the need for additional overtime. I also think, given everything that we have going on with the jail and the consent decree, it's easy to lose sight of the fact that we have lots of other challenges in Fulton County, and one of them certainly is health equity and the various healthcare deserts that we have. And so I think it would, we're working on a variety of things with Grady, with the freestanding emergency room coming up and looking at that eventually becoming a hospital. And we've made other efforts with Grady along the way as well. But, I think Dr. Rochelle had presented to us, I think at least once, if not twice, over the course of the year, this concept of funding co-pays through the federally qualified health centers. I think it's worth looking at that again. And I'm going to ask you to kind of just review that concept very quickly, Dr. Rochelle, because you're going to do a better job of it than I will, and also talking about the various clinics and such.
Thank you, Commissioner Barrett. So as a background, as a result of the Project CARE study that we concluded in 2023, which was born out of a resolution by the board declaring a healthcare emergency in Fulton County post the closure of the 2 WellStar hospitals, we partnered with Ernst & Young and Morehouse to undertake a study to really look at the impact of the closures as well as some long-standing health equity issues. What we did find was that, yes, these health equity issues exist, they persist, and they are more exacerbated in South Fulton. One of the components of that study was to develop a 5-part solution set. One of the elements of the 5-part solution set led us to open the Morehouse Clinic to restore assets in the community. We also have concluded our agreement with Grady and opened a Lee and White Clinic that is going to provide more healthcare access. We also opened a senior wellness program that brings the annual wellness visit closer to constituents. And this particular component is going to address one of the barriers we found, which is a barrier to access to care because of financial burden. Specifically, during our research, we found that many constituents are using the the emergency room because they cannot pay the co-pays associated with primary care, especially those constituents who have used federally qualified health centers. So as an alternative, they allow their conditions to become acute and they end up in the emergency room, which cost the entire healthcare ecosystem more money. And so one of the proposed projects out of that study was to provide a copay partnership with 5 federally qualified health centers that align with the zip codes in the Project CARE study that are identified in the healthcare desert. Basically, we would propose to fund at a minimum 1 pilot at $1 million or 5 pilots, which would provide additional resources for constituents in the community to offset the copay to incentivize them to use the primary care system, specifically federally qualified health centers, to really lead them away from using the emergency room as a primary care resource.
Thank you for that. And I think, in a perfect world, we would see a greater impact, obviously, if we were able to do the pilot at all 5 of the Fulton County FQHCs. But I think, given the constraints, it would be prudent to focus on a pilot at just 1. And I think we spoke briefly the other day, and you said that you had been able to identify which would sort of be the right place to start. Can you just address that piece?
Yes. One of the federally qualified health centers that has a very comprehensive business or medical portfolio, as well as multiple access points within the zip code footprint, would be Southside Medical Center.
Okay. So I think, again, not putting everything aside and putting every problem on hold while we focus on the jail, it would be prudent for us to move forward with the FQHC pilot at $1 million so that we can get help to folks right now, and also so that we can alleviate the burden on the emergency rooms and, as you pointed out, the additional cost across the entire medical ecosystem regarding when people, let their conditions worsen in that way. So this is really a life-saving opportunity here for a lot of people with chronic diabetes, chronic illnesses, heart issues, et cetera. So I think that's something that we have the funds certainly between what's left, this overage and non-agency, as well as the little bit of underrun that we had. I also think, I know you didn't bring it up today, Vice Chair Ellis, but I think the $1 million that you had proposed and that we had done last year for veterans is something that we should continue to do. So I think that's a community that continues to need our help, and I'd like to see that continue because we were able to do it effectively. It took a little doing last year to get it up and going, but we were able to do that effectively, and I think it's important. I also am concerned for the arts community and the arts spending. There's a lot of discussion around what the state is going to do around arts funding this year. There's some talk that Georgia may be among multiple states that dramatically reduce their arts funding. One estimate I saw from mid-year last year said that Georgia may go down as much as 61% in terms of their funding for arts. We hear from the arts folks all the time about how valuable our support is to that community, and I think and several people came today at public comment and talked about the economic impact of supporting the arts and the economic development benefit of supporting the arts. And so the $1.7 million that we allocated to additional, that we allocated in I think it's been 2 years now that we've done the 1.7, yeah. So we've done it 2 years in a row. I think being consistent with the arts community and making sure that we have that tool in our economic development toolkit is important, and I think we need to continue with that 1.7 and make it a ongoing recurring commitment to the arts. So that, when I was doing that math, it's about, I think the things I just listed out, it's about 6 million, it's 5.95 million. And again, if there is somewhere between, 31 and 56 in additional money in non-agency, I think we can carve out 6 million to address some of these issues. I also did not have this in my notes, but when we were on the call with the sheriff yesterday, rather, I was gonna say earlier this week, but it was just yesterday. He brought up the issue of, or he wasn't there, but his team brought up the issue of the drones and the contraband that's coming into the jail facility via drone. And the concern, I think, is that he's doing everything he can to, I don't know. There's a lot of staff right now being utilized outside the facility, I think, from what I understand, patrolling to try to alleviate the drones getting contraband in to burned out windows, et cetera. And, I know he's talked multiple times, or that they have talked multiple times about the drone technology. I don't have the numbers on this, which is one of the reasons I wasn't ready to approve a budget today, but my understanding is the contract for a 5-year contract, and maybe you know the answer to this, but I think it's about $291,000 for a 5-year contract to use the drone software and tools, I think, which is like $50,000, $60,000 a year. Is that wrong? Do I have that right, Ms. Strong-Whitaker? I know, I see you like starting to get your...
Let me look at the AML list. They submitted some information for the AML list. Let me look, and I'll confirm that number for you.
And I'm not suggesting that that's the only tool in the arsenal, but if it is $50,000 or $60,000 a year, if that's accurate, versus having 2 or 3 people patrolling 24/7, it seems like it would be a smarter trade-off to use technology and to offset some of that staff budget. I could not have all the details on this. So this is, like I said, another reason I'm not ready to quite make a decision. But
Of course, if it is that, wouldn't that be something he should do?
Yes, and
yesterday?
Yes, and that is a fair question, and the argument would ensue that there's just not enough room in his budget, et cetera. But
If he's patrolling.
Right.
And he doesn't have to patrol.
Right, then there's the trade-off, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Although we'd still have the staff for other purposes, regardless. I'd just like to know if we can get those numbers and sort of at least throw some, analysis around the trade-offs. There was one other thing, I honestly don't remember what it was, but I'll just get back in the queue if it comes to me. That was all I had for right now. Thank you.
All right, if you're wondering, at budget time, we typically allow up to 10 minutes to speak, but at budget time, I'm a little more lenient to let people say what's on their mind. Commissioner Arrington, followed by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, followed by Commissioner Thorne, and followed by Commissioner Ivory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the county manager, our CFO, and their entire team for coming up with the budget. It is always a daunting task, to say the least. A lot of different competing interests, limited resources, and appreciate you all doing what you have done to get us where you have gotten us. One of the things that I would like to see, I heard Commissioner Barrett talk about, the actual, and I don't know if this makes sense or if anyone else wants to see it, but I'd like to see the trend over the last 5 years from the budget and the actuals. I don't really care about the mid-year projection. The mid-year projection comes around in August or something, and so, in order for me to really compare apples to apples, I need the January numbers because we're in January, right? Additionally, I also need to see the underruns every year. From my recollection, we run about $75 to $100 million underruns every year. And so if we're over budgeting for expenses, and we've also got underruns of $75 to $100 million every year, then what that tells me is that we've got another $100 or $200 million despite all of this great work that y'all have done and everything else that's in here. So for me, I need to see those numbers. What are the underruns for the last 5 years? What are the January budget numbers from the last 5 years? So that we can see those trends and see what we're working with. Hey, look, every January is this number, but every December we've got $100 million in underruns. That's important information to know as we're budgeting. Because we're being told that and obviously we have limited resources, but we're being told that there's not enough to fund the different departments and the DA and the sheriff and this and that. And based on the numbers, there may or may not be, but if I know for the last 5 or 10 years, we've had $100 million underrun, then I know that we can allocate more because I know we're going, 9 times out of 10, we're gonna have another $100 million underrun. And so, you know, which means, you know, and I hate that we have to keep doing this and this enhancement stuff. We've done this extra money for arts for every year, and every year we got to come back for an enhancement. No, that should be annual funding. We've done the money for veterans, and we got to come back. No, that should be annual funding for our veterans. It should be annual funding for our arts organizations. And so, and again, you know, I'm going to be the broken record. I say this every year at budget time. We don't budget properly. We should overestimate our expenses and underestimate our revenue. That is typically what people do when they have a budget. And we have departments and elected officials asking for certain amounts of money that they say that they need to run their departments. That should be our baseline number. Those numbers that they request should be our baseline numbers. However, what we do, we make our budget for those departments based off of how much money we're going to have available based on the millage rate that we set. Forget how much it costs to run a department. Forget that no one can retain anyone because they're going to DeKalb and Clayton and Douglas because they're getting double overtime and triple overtime. You know, the baseline number should be what does it take to run a department and what do these people say that they need. That should be the baseline number, and then we should set the millage rate based off of what that number is that they say they need. We should not be telling these people, well, we can't give you that, you can't get this, well, you can only maybe get this. When I first took office, departments, everybody got cut 10% for like the first 4 or 5 years. Everybody's budget got cut 10% per year for the first 4 or 5 years. People are operating as best they can. These departments are operating as best they can, but I believe that we're starving the departments and the people out. I believe that we are doing ourselves and this county a disservice by not really using the baseline numbers that these departments say that they need to operate. The fact that the Gwinnett County has a $2.5 billion budget should say something to us. And again, we talked about that last time. They got a larger unincorporated area. They got more stuff, but I think we are doing ourselves a disservice. I do not think that we budget properly. I do not think that we use the right baseline for operating these departments. Oh, well, they made it through last year. They limped through last year, so let's let them limp through again this year. No, we need to make sure that they have the resources available. We need to make sure they have the spending authority available to do the best job they can do. Mr. Manager, what was our saying? First in class, first in service? We can't be first in class and first in service and last in pay. It's impossible. To be first in class and first in service, we got to be first in pay. We have to offer jobs that make people not want to leave. They have to be paid enough that they want to hang around, that despite the fact that somebody else might be offering double or triple overtime, they want to stay here because of the environment and the atmosphere and because they're being paid properly. So for me, I obviously want to see veterans, arts, all of those things funded at the levels that they have previously been funded, that the board has previously voted on. I want to see those as recurring expenditures, not as enhancements. If I hear enhancements one more time, I'm going to throw up. It's not an enhancement. It's not even enough. It's not even enough to cover the amount of money that these people and departments have requested. They gave out $3 million a year in arts for the last 3 to 5 years, and now we want to say, well, there's only 1.7 in there, and there's an enhancement to get them back up to the $3 million. No, we've been giving out $3 million a year. We should do that every year. That should be the baseline. Thank you.
Commissioner Abdur Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I apologize, I was not here at the last meeting, so I do have some questions for you all. What do we have allocated to Fulton Films in the budget presently?
Commissioner Abdur Rahman, I believe it's 526,000 and some change.
Okay. And what
Excuse me, it's 544,847.
544, okay. And what do we have allocated for healthcare subsidies?
Or do you mean like for employee healthcare subsidy or for public?
Just a
healthcare?
healthcare subsidy reserve. Do we have anything of that nature?
Oh, and the reserve? No, ma'am. We do have our annual allocation to the Fulton County Board of Health, funding for Grady,
Okay.
funding for Morehouse School of Medicine for
Okay.
the clinic there, and funding for the new, our support
Okay.
of the construction of the new freestanding ED, but there is no reserve for public health.
Okay. Now, arts and culture, we have what allocated for arts and culture?
The total budget for arts and culture is $6,090,899.
And what's the difference between that and the previous year?
Last year's budget was $7,831,578 because it included the additional $1.7 million for contracts for services. And it included a full year of Fulton Films. Well, a partial year of Fulton Films was included in that budget figure as well.
Okay. And so that amount that you have for Fulton Films so that does not include anything that was included previously under the arts and culture because of the split, right?
No, ma'am, that's a full year's allocation with it residing in economic development.
Okay, gotcha, thank you. I am going to ask that there be $100,000. Well, before I ask this, let me qualify why I'm asking it first. We saw unprecedented numbers last year with the seniors from one end of the county to the other. And one of the things the seniors brought to my attention when they came out, one, they were so excited that we had something that served all seniors, but they had one place where they could get a replacement Social Security card, where they could get a half-fare model card, and other things that were geared strictly to the senior community. I would like to see $100,000 allocated to that. It takes more than $100,000, but we have identified potential commitments because I think our seniors deserve whatever we can do to make their life easier. What do I mean by that? If we have one centralized location where they can check on why their mail is being taken from one place to another, we have something that deals with whatever health issues they may have. We have something that may deal with their low fare model cars. It was such a success, but what I really did walk away from was that it included the entire Fulton County. And the seniors on the north and the south were glad to be able to fellowship with each other and be in one spot. And I think that in itself is conducive for a healthy Fulton County, because we hear about so much division, south versus north and all these other things, that depending on who you're talking to, it may be a valid argument, it may not. But I think it would be in our best interest to keep that going for the seniors. And so, Dr. Rochelle, I can't remember how we had that set up last year, but however way we had that set up, I'm requesting that $100,000 for that.
Yes, ma'am.
I have received quite a bit of calls from constituents on the north side explicitly about probate court and the challenges of having to come downtown, the challenges of having to park, the challenges of trying to get downtown by a certain time to get the process started. I would think it would be in the best interest if we could allocate $501,661 to be able to fund a North Fulton probate court office. And so I want to put that forward. I'll tell you what it actually entails. It entails an associate judge. It entails a senior staff attorney and a litigation manager. And the reason that I'm asking for this to be put in is because since I have been sitting on this body, this has been calls that I have had. And in having a conversation with Judge Kenya Johnson, she's trying to do the best she can to show equity on both sides. She does have something in the South Senior Center, Stonewall, but I think it only adds to what we need to do for Fulton County, so I want to put that forward. And I believe, and I also want to put forward that I would like to see 1.7 million put back into arts and culture. And the reason I say that as very important, we know arts and culture is the bloodline, the lifeline of the community. I don't know that at the state that there is a drastic cut, but there is a cut at the state. And there is so much empirical knowledge out there showing you that when we cut arts and culture, we suffer in another area. So I would like to see the 1.7 million reinstated to the arts and culture. I also would like to, I've already brought up the seniors. Okay, that's it, thank you.
Commissioner, may I clarify one thing on your probate court request? Is that a new location, or is this additional services at the North Annex?
Additional services at the North Annex.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Thorne, you have the floor.
Yes, I was kind of confused because we just had last year a ribbon cutting for the North Annex probate court. And I haven't gotten those complaints from seniors, so I'm a bit confused. So maybe you can forward some of those people. I can reach out to those people if there is issues. I've had people that had some issues initially when we first opened. I don't think Judge Kenya had everything, or there was some confusion on the website, what was posted on the website, hours and all of that. With that being said, on your presentation, I think it's the second page, General Fund 2024 result main changes. You say expenditures 2025 general election runoff at 5 million. What, can you give me some clarification on that?
Thank you, Commissioner Thorne. That's really in reference to the amount of resources that we had programmed for the general election in total. Of course, when the runoff came, it was funded by the municipalities and not by the county. So we did not use all of the resources that we had programmed for the election cycle in its totality. We probably shouldn't have used the word runoff here, but I think what we were thinking in part was we didn't use all of the money that we had set aside for the election cycles, in part because we did not have to fund the runoff elections because it ended up being municipality-only runoffs. In addition to that, there were monies that were programmed for those regular general election cycles that happened up through November that were not spent, but we do know that we have invoices pending. We have some of the temp services invoices, vehicles, and others, a total of about 1.9 million that we've recommended carrying forward and reappropriating so we can pay those out in 2025 without dipping into the resources that we've set aside for the PSC election cycle in 2025.
Okay, and so this should say 2024 general election?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Not
That was-
2025?
yes, sorry
Okay.
about that, yeah.
Okay, that was just kind of a, and do we know what we billed the cities? Have we billed them yet? And what revenue we'll be having coming in exactly?
I will have to go back and find the amounts. I have been provided those. My understanding from our last meeting with the elections team is they did bill, and both the city of Atlanta and the, I think it was the city of College Park. I think it was East Point. They both paid. But I will have to go back and find the amounts. I just don't remember them off the top of my head.
Okay, that'd be great, thank you. And, you know, I was at the meeting with the sheriff, and I do see the possible need for the retention bonuses and maybe increasing time in half, but everything seems to be a maybe. I would rather just reserve a lump sum that we can set aside for the DOJ, and then go look at the new staffing plan that the sheriff puts out there, see what the monitors that we hire say, and then use that money appropriately instead of pre-budgeting now for that ahead of time. But know that we'll probably need to spend some of that money on the retention bonuses and the time and a half. That's kind of my thoughts. The sheriff will still get the money. It's just we'll wait to see what the monitors advise us on. And obviously, the 1 million for veterans, I support that as well. I know that was mentioned several times. The health equity, Commissioner Barrett and we kind of talked about that yesterday. Right now, I don't know if we should start any new programs, given that we're not letting anybody else start new programs, especially a pilot program that we don't know if it will really help right now. I just think timing-wise, I think it's a great idea. I think timing, given that we have so many unknowns next year, that would be something that I wouldn't support right now. But basically, I think that's pretty much the only questions. Everybody did a good job of answering questions that I had beforehand. Thank you. And thanks for, I'm sure your holidays are a lot of fun. So thank you for working so diligently on this, the whole team.
All right, Commissioner Ivory.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to say thank you so much to the executive team for taking the time to always answer my questions as I'm learning the process. And this is my first budget process, only days after being sworn in, which in itself is a daunting task. But I wanted to ask Commissioner Arrington, when he referred to overruns of 75 million to 100 million per year, when in the report there was only 19 million for 2024 said to be an underrun. What are you referring to when you say it's 75 million to 100 million?
I asked them for the report for the last 5 years so that I could see the numbers. It might be down to 19 for this year. Underruns.
Yes.
It might be down to 19, but I would like to, that's the whole reason I want to see the history over the 5 years.
But were you talking about cumulatively over the last 5 years that you're asking for reports?
No, I'm
that
talking about on an annual basis.
On an annual basis?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you address if there's any factual basis to the idea that it's not 19 million, but it's closer to 75 to 100 million?
I don't know what the average, and I'll defer to Hakeem, but I would say, from my memory, it's probably in the 5% of the budget overall, which could be 45 to 50 million every year. And then what's happening is we're using, and we always use those funds, this is not a corporation, so these are not distributed to shareholders. They are used to fund the next year's budget each time. So it's, it could either be, because if you tighten the budget up where there are no underruns, then there is no ability to fund the next set of budgets. So it kind of, on the one hand, it is a timing issue almost, but he is correct. It underruns each year, and it's getting less and less because we are using those to just put the base budget together, and then there's less for you to distribute when you start thinking about all the issues that just came up.
So there's a difference between the underruns that are actual underruns that are not reinvested into the base budget for the next year versus underruns that we can actually use to disperse to our partners that come and ask us for the money.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. For my understanding and for the understanding of our constituents, what are the other opportunities? We are now talking about all ways to offer more budget to different departments. If we don't do it at this moment or we don't do it at our next vote on the budget, when will other times come throughout the year that we can make adjustments to the budget?
Commissioner Ivory, we talk about having a mid-year review, which is where we look at a point in time in the year at our performance against the expense budget, as well as how our revenue is actually coming in to see if we have any flexibility. If there are departments that are underspending their budget, then we can present to the board how that looks. The board can make a decision to take from one and give to another. Okay. We also have what we call budget soundings. Those really are supposed to be for emergency type situations, not to fund something that a department requested as part of the budget process but was not funded. But it typically is, there's been, some new legislation that has an immediate impact on their ability to function and they need additional resources, those sort of things. So those would be the opportunities during the course of the year for departments to receive a reallocation, if you will, from within the existing budget.
Okay, thank you. Of the underrun of 19 million, we said here in the report that we're going to put 13.9 toward the proposed DOJ investigation consent decree. And it seems that we have over and over again, many of our justice partners coming to ask us, from the solicitor to the magistrate court to the superior court, coming to ask us for things that seem to be over and over the same ask. It seems that if we do some of these things, it would have an impact on some of the things that we're required or would help what's happening at the condition at the jail. For example, Solicitor General Solicitor Keith Gamage has come multiple times asking us for $216,000 for around-the-clock court proceedings, which would then keep less people from possibly entering the jail, which would keep the numbers down. $216,000 does not seem to be a very big number to do something that might have a great impact that would also impact our consent decree and help in that area. He asked for another $1 million for additional investigators that would move his cases along faster. So for $1.2 million, something that could help so greatly in this same court justice partner area seems like something we should be able to find for him. If we could find it in the non-agency other category that Commissioner Barrett continues to explain and sort of allowed me a little bit of a light bulb moment there to say that even if we took from the non-agency other category, which is $86 million, $10 million, that's just a number, but it could be 8, 6, 7, whatever. But if we went down that and we looked at the things that have come to us consistently by our partners, the magistrate has two things, the magistrate court, Judge Kirk, has had two things that consistently she has come to ask us for. $780,000 return to the Superior Court, which actually is not going to cost us anything to do. That's more procedural, which I support. And then $711K to fund additional resources. That's not even $1 million. So if you put the 1.2 from the solicitor and the 711K from the magistrate, we would not even be at $2 million. Then, of course, I agree that we return the arts and the arts budget and the culture budget back to at least what it was last year, because I think that most departments are getting what they had in 2024. And arts and culture is not. So I would, at a minimum, want to support moving some of that back. And so I did hear Commissioner Abdul Rahman say 1.7 million would be that number, and I would also agree with that and want to do that as well. And then I think that there's the sheriff's overtime, which I do think we have a retention issue. I think it's important not to, as a commissioner-elect, I sat there and the same issue was discussed in multiple meetings, which I find to be inefficient. And if we know that this is going to come up, then I think that we could fund that. I'd want to look at exactly what a minimum number of that to get started in the year would accomplish as we have this consent agenda and we know that we have to meet these certain things. That is a priority. Our justice partners are a priority, and our court systems are a priority. And so I think that if there's small things we can do from that non-agency other number that would not have a huge impact on our budget, and I'm learning about the impacts that it has. And so if I need to come and have more conversation about the impact that 5 million or 10 million would have on the non-agency other category, not pensions or leases or utilities, but the other category, then I'd like to learn a little bit more about that to see if we could not reject every time our partners come asking for our help to do their jobs, that we might one time be able to actually say that we understand and we do want to help you do your job better. We can't give you everything, but let's talk about the things you've been asking for over and over, and maybe we can make a small little step towards meeting them in that way before we 100% approve the budget. Does that sound fair? Maybe? Okay, you don't have to answer that if that's fair or not, but that's what I would like to propose to my colleagues and have some conversation about that.
I mean, I think it is fair. I think just to keep, though, in perspective, there's 210 million, probably on average, of requests made every year. So the difference between 210 and some small incremental steps is huge. And then there is where this gets, generally all twisted up, because that's 3 mills to get to 210.
And that I understand, and when I was reading in the budget book the tranches that all add up to that amount, I do understand the larger massiveness of it. But I'm saying, and this is a quote that Commissioner Abdul Rahman said to me, you can't eat the whole, what was it you said? You have to take small bites out of it. And I thought about that last night when she said that to me, because I think it is important for us as elected officials to show the respect and compassion to our partners as they're continuously trying to run their departments effectively. And we can't give them big jumps, but even if we gave them just a little bit of what they're asking for, if it's possible for us, and that's what I'm asking for you to help me understand, if it's possible. And if it's possible to the tune of $2 million or $3 million or whatever it is from this bucket that would not affect us in a big way, then I would like to try to do that.
All right, Vice Chair Ellis.
Well, just first I want to comment on, kind of the Justice Partners piece and sort of the notion that this board has not been responsive to multiple asks from the Justice Department community. And factually, that is false. We made significant investment into the justice community. In fact, all of them have sort of outgrown our general rate of spending in terms of what we budgeted for multiple years. Let's take, for example, the magistrate court. And while, we can, in the context of $900 million, $1 million seems like a small ask. What is their ask? $1.5 million? Well, that's like a 36% increase in our budget. I mean, that's not realistic. And, when we have increased our budget 36% since 2021, and actually it's higher than that, and the reason we took out that funding, and she's still receiving the funding associated with work she does for the Superior Court through an MOU, she's reimbursed for it as she provides the work. So we've not cut any of her resources. We provided additional resources. I've done an analysis I'll show it to you, where the effectiveness of a similarly situated court in Gwinnett County with less funding and less resources is more effective than this. Okay, so that's an example. Not all the judicial partners are that way, but to really get at these individual asks, I'm not going to sit here and make a reaction to somebody coming up and making just the same ask over and over when there's with anecdotal evidence as opposed to truly factual evidence that validates it. The probate court. I can't be in support of the additional $500,000. The probate court, we provided a 60% increase in her budget since 2021. Now, if there are more demand for service, if people don't want to come downtown and they're more likely to want to go to the outer edges of the county, then that comes with how you run your office. Maybe you should redeploy some of your resources out of downtown and into one of those other offices. That office isn't exactly in sort of the heart of North Fulton anyway. It's almost sort of on the edge of Buckhead. So, maybe you should redeploy some assets up there. I can't, so that to me doesn't reach as critical of a need as many of the other areas that we've talked about, nor does a magistrate court. Now, I think that there are ideas that get brought forth that say, oh, if we do this in response to this, it's going to mean this kind of impact at the jail. I've been around, I've heard that kind of argument over and over, and we made some of those investments, and we surely have not seen the resultant impact of it. So I'm skeptical on many of those things as they're positioned and postured up. Now, I do agree in terms of the, and I said this at our previous meeting, and I thought we should restore, if we could, the 1.7 on the arts and the $1 million on the veterans because it's become sort of a recurring subject. I am in concurrence with that, right? And I said that to begin with, so I do think, we need to agree upon a number, stick with it, be consistent with it, and not yo-yo it around every year, nor try to juice it up at a level where we come up with some excess funds, and then the next year we feel like we have to dial it back. I think we're better off being consistent around that. Many of the things that sort of are postured up, these are good things. But structurally, I want you all to look at what's on that 2025 proposed revenue, 915, proposed expenditure, 989. If that 989 gets spent, in full, or we're pretty close to it, when we sit here next year, we're either going to be looking at a discussion that involves significant cuts or a significant jump in the millage rate. Neither of which option I don't think any of us are prepared to make. This has worked for us. We've run our budget sort of in this fashion where we've had this sort of structural imbalance. But we do need to work towards flipping it. And Commissioner Barrett brought that up at the prior meeting. And thus, I don't think it's a wise decision to start cutting away at your non-agency stuff, thinking that that's just some sort of solution for everybody's wish list of items. Because we're going to be paying the piper in 2026. I'm sure as heck going to sign on to that. If we're going to do these things, I think we need to make more, we're going to make response to as many of these asks and contemplate stuff. I think we need to think about other harder decisions about what types of things we would want to eliminate in order to fund these types of things. For example, we've got $16 million in non-agency for compensation. Generally, this is our pay for performance year, whatever it is. Perhaps we should eliminate that 16 and redeploy it. Are we prepared to have that discussion? There are programs that we participate in that are, maybe they're good, but they're not core to what we necessarily do. We have $400,000 allocated to, for example, and I'm not suggesting we should do this, but they're choices. Should we eliminate the $400,000 that we contribute to PAD? Instead, redeploy that $400,000 to the solicitor's office. Would we get a better impact from that? Would that allow that, around the clock, whatever court we're talking about, to be able to run and see what that looked like and see what that has, some sort of impact it has over the course of the next year? I think those are the types of conversations we need to be having, and particularly in a year like this. And I don't understand at all why we're having specific conversations around any specific element related to the Sheriff's Department when we have a document that we've got to work through in terms of this consent decree about items that have to be met, which decisions related to sort of just piecemealing portions of that may run into conflict with the activities that we actually need to do. We've had conversations around staffing. We've provided additional funding into the Sheriff's Office for that. And I don't necessarily agree that compensation is the issue. I realize the state is increased some of their compensation, but I still think with what they're talking about that what we're paying was well above that. So I think you get into environmental factors as much as you do compensation factors as to why we're having trouble retaining talent within our Sheriff's Department. We've asked for information specifically about who is doing what within the Sheriff's Department and how much of this is focused on the running of the jail operations. To date, we still, despite many asks, do not have clarity around that. So I'm certainly not going to sign on to additional compensation and all that when I don't even have clarity about what the people with the however number of people it is that are over there, what they're doing. Because I'm not sure we're focusing on what our priorities are. I got to know, somebody shared for me a quote from, we have a city in Fulton County called Mountain Park. It's got about 1,400 residents, maybe?
Not that many.
Okay.
About 700.
The mayor of Mountain Park, in a recent city council meeting, was commenting how it was great that the Sheriff's Department of Fulton County was sending an accoutrement of officers to patrol this area at multiple times, 24/7, randomly around the day, and recently, in the course of 1 week, had pulled over 70 people and written over 35 tickets. What are we doing? We're just talking about this? And we got that going on? I mean, I can't have any conversations about direct pieces of what we're going to do with the sheriff right now. We should have those discussions within the context of how we're going to deal with the issues that are raised within the context of this consent decree. I mean, I think a lot of great points were raised from many people, and I think there is some sort of common agreement on a few of these things. But on a few of the things that were raised, I'll offer sort of a counter view on a couple of them in particular, because we've lived through these things, and I don't feel like that what's being asked for is justified relative to kind of the effectiveness of the operation as it could be with what they're currently being funded.
All right, Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to re-clarify my statement about North Fulton and probate court. My purpose of asking for this is because I have received calls that there has been two issues. One, they don't have the needed staffing in that office, for one. For two, a lot of times they have come there having issues, and there's not enough staffing. They're told, well, you're gonna have to go to the downtown office. And the trip from there to the downtown office will not allow them to get parking and get there on time, with a couple of other issues. So, look, I concede to the North Fulton, my North Fulton colleagues, if you all don't feel like it's a need for it, that's fine. I'm just putting forth what was brought to me. Do I represent that area? No, I don't. Am I accountable to all Fulton County taxpayers? Yes, I am. And so that's why I brought it forth, because of the number of calls I have gotten, the frustration that people say they come there, they don't have enough staff to handle the amount of people that come to their office. Now, I know my colleague next to me, she said that another office, the Wynwood Park office, will be, North Point, I'm sorry, will be opening at some point the latter part of next year. And that's a whole different discussion if you all want to have. But I just want to be crystal clear why I asked. I asked because if you call my office and I can serve you, I'm going to serve you. If I can make a suggestion on your behalf, I'm going to make the suggestion, because I'm accountable to all Fulton County taxpayers, citizens, with the mighty six being the priority. And so I just want to put that out there. It's really up to you all if you all want to do it, if you don't. But that was the reason for me putting it forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Ivory, I just wanted to address your question about the underruns. If you look at the general fund page that we were given in the various books, in the second column at the bottom where it says total expenditures, it's kind of, underlined. The the budgeted expenditures for 2024 were $954 million. Two columns over, one column over, right next to it is what we actually spent, $866 million. That's a difference of $87.3 million. So it's a budget underrun of $87.3 million for 2024. That's where I got that number, and that's correct. Correct. 19 is based on the mid-year projection, but based on budget to actual, we budgeted for $87.3 million in 2024 than we spent. And the bulk of that is in non-agency. Yes. And the non-agency amount, here, I have a little spreadsheet I'll share with you. The non-agency amount was $56.3 million in over budgeting. So there was $56.3 million in non-agency for 2024 in the budget that did not get spent in 2024. So that's what I was referring to on that regard. And so Commissioner Arrington is pretty close when he's saying 75 to 100. He's 87 million. It's right in the middle. So there you go. Now, I know that number changes from year to year. I'm not suggesting it's 87 million every year, but from a budgeting perspective, that is what happened in 2024. And so I just wanted to sort of add some clarity to that, if I, to try to help with that. I also want to sort of thank you for Commissioner Ivory for bringing up the sort of looking at the other justice agencies and the Solicitor General's comments. While I agree that we don't necessarily always want to give the grease to the squeaky wheel, he brought up a very important point, and I think he said it on multiple occasions, as have many of us, which is that justice, public safety and justice is an ecosystem, and the jail does not stand alone. All of these other departments impact what is happening at the jail, the public defender, the solicitor general, the magistrate, the DA, et cetera. I'm probably missing a few. And so, you know, I do think if we were to tighten our non-agency belt, at least within the margin of a 10% overage, which is of the $251 million budgeted this year, and I think, yeah, that's where we ended up for the proposed budget, $251 million. If we said 10% of that might be overage, that's $25 million. That means there's, like, of the number we didn't spend last year, 50-something million, there's still 30 million that, in theory, isn't going to be spent if you base it on what happened this year. And so, you know, again, I'm not suggesting, to Commissioner Ellis's point, that we spend all of that money, but I would suggest two things. We spend some of that money to take a bite at the elephant, and it may not be just Solicitor General. It may be a little bit here and a little bit there in the various justice departments. It may be a position at the magistrate's court. It may be a position, you know, or a couple of positions in some of the other arenas. But if we are over budgeting by, you know, in that area, in non-agency by 25%, if we cut that down and we did not budget that, we would also save the reserve money that would go along with that expenditure, which is 16.67, which I can't do the math off the top of my head, but 16.67% of however much we take out of that budget also comes out of the reserve. So, you know, I just think it's worth re-examining, and you know, I sort of agree at one level about, you know, what Vice Chair Ellis is saying about the consent decree and, you know, sort of not taking a too hard of a look right now at the sheriff's requests. And, you know, if you look at the tranches, his requests are 73.9 million, but if you take that out of what else is requested, the total was 129.5. So we're talking about the 14.4 in what's called expired grants here, 14.9 in justice. And if you just even looked at not all of those requests, because some of them I think are duplicates and things like that, but there's a handful of requests in both of those tranches, I think, that would go a long way to making a difference. And as it relates to the sheriff's stuff, you know, everybody has their adages and quotes that mean something to them, and I don't remember who said it or where I got it, but somewhere along the line, somebody said to me, you don't have to wait to be told to do the right thing. You just do the right thing. And so from that perspective, I don't think we need to wait for the specifics of the consent decree to start to do the right thing as it relates to employee retention and attraction. So I will stick by the fact that I think at the minimum, we should be looking at the sign-on bonuses. We're gonna end up having to do it anyway. Let's give him that tool in his arsenal right away so that, you know, starting when we pass this budget, he can use that tool to start to attract people. And, you know, the overtime as well, I think is important, but maybe the sign-on bonus is the more important one because of the contractual obligation that would come with it.
That's it? All right, Commissioner Arrington?
I'm going to be very brief. I just want to say that as we're looking at this consent decree, as Commissioner Barrett just said, the whole justice system is an ecosystem. And we can't just look at the jail and additional funds for the jail. We've got to look at some amount for everyone that affects the jail. The jail is, you know, to some extent a child of the justice system, right? And so they're absolutely intertwined. And so for us to be able to comply with the consent decree, I believe that we're not only going to have to allocate funds for the jail, but that we will also have to allocate funds for the justice system. And maybe there's just, you know, a number, I don't know, 5 million or 10 million or 20 million. And then, you know, maybe some portion or half of that goes to the jail and the other half to the rest of the justice system. And maybe they have to figure out how they want to split it up. But we've got to have the bigger overall holistic talk and view and discussion to make sure that we are in a position to comply with the consent decree, because while we talk about our judicial partners, we talk about our sheriff and DA and all those people, but we are one Fulton. There's only one checkbook If we don't comply with that consent decree, we got one checkbook and we all have to pay for it. We are one Fulton. One Fulton. So we need to just be mindful of that. Because if any one of us fail, if any of our justice partners fail, then we all fail. And so we just need to be mindful of that. Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything in the consent decree that speaks to kind of what's going on with the rest of the justice system, and specifically around the jail. So I don't think that the notion that somehow they're directly tied together, I don't necessarily agree with that notion. And I think we have invested and we actually have seen results, and we kind of accumulated what those were with drops in jail population, et cetera, over the past few years. On the non-agency part, within the other piece, that is where you have inmate outsourcing as well, correct?
Yes, Commissioner Ellis.
Yeah, and how much is in there on that? That's in the other category?
19 million for inmate outsourcing and ankle monitoring, 19 and some change.
Okay, and how much did we spend last year with that?
14 is what we actually paid out of last year's budget.
And we had how much budgeted last year? It was a higher number, right?
I think we had the 19 budgeted.
Sure about that?
So we had 19 million for inmate outsourcing in 2024. We spent 14. In 2025 proposed. The total is 19. It is made up of 16 million for inmate outsourcing and 3 million for the ankle monitoring. So we did lower the budget for inmate outsourcing.
And, you know, I mean, that's one too, right? There's you want to look at, you know, stuff you're doing and whether, you know, it'd be more appropriate to spend funds elsewhere. You know, this ankle monitoring contract, you know, we've already validated it was poorly managed. We had excess number of people on it, and the current state of it is significantly lower than what the maximum amount is, and will result in certainly less than 3 million. So, you know, but is that the wise thing to do? You know, if you saw an uptick and, you know, would you want to re-up that and utilize it, right? So, I mean, there are all these sort of trade-offs involved. You know, but this is sort of another, when we talk about other and that sort of stuff, you know, a lot of this is, it's related to jail operations, right? And if we were utilizing our existing facilities better, maybe we're not spending $16, $19 million on outsourcing. So I think we have been looking at holistically at that and attempting to address many of these things. You know, but we'll see what the pathway forward is.
All right, Commissioner Barrett?
Thank you. I keep remembering after I finished that I had two more things. I want to also ask a question and/or just draw attention to under the expenditures in the 2025 proposed budget, you have a $5.4 million expenditure listed called inmate welfare. What is that?
That should say inmate services. That's the balance of the inmate services unit. It's the amount, it's the equivalent of what was paid over from the sheriff plus what was received in revenue in 24, less what was spent. So we set it up and included that. That is where the $2 million that you acted on earlier today came from. So we've already, the single page that Sabrina handed out earlier, we've already pulled that out and moved that down to the sheriff's budget, leaving $3,127,811.
Okay, thank you. I forgot about the sheet that Sabrina handed out, but I have it in front of me. So there's $3 million sitting there, and you know, I feel like there's been there's sort of a interesting combination of like accounting terms that you're using here, because you're on the one hand you're sort of saying that this is a bank account, this is where the money went, but it's actually an expenditure line item on a budget. So what specific contracts are planned to go against this remaining $3 million?
The most significant that is remaining is the note active contract, which I think is like 645,000, something in that area, along with specifically three contractors who are providing some sort of counseling service or counseling-related service pursuant to some court orders. And those are the things that I can tell you definitively are coming out of that budget. The other things that have come out of that budget would have been one-off items that came forward during the year that weren't already in the commodity package, like they needed new trays to serve the inmate food on, so some of those things. But for the balance here, you would have note active and those counselors for certain.
I don't know what note active is. Can you please explain?
It's a software product that the sheriff's office uses that is part of a consent order. It's the way, in fact, it's actually specifically mentioned in the DOJ consent order. It's a tool that they use when they are, I guess, doing their cell observations or whatever, but it's something that was explicitly part of a previous court order and is included and named in the DOJ consent order.
Okay, well, I feel like I'm going to be a broken record here, but let me just clarify. So you're saying of the remaining 3.1 million, how much is encumbered in this way with contracts that you're planning to pay out of it? How much?
The note active, I'll have to look. I think it's 645,000.
And the other things that you just talked about?
I believe they were a couple of 100,000.
Okay, so we're talking about, for sake of the discussion, we'll say $1 million.
$1 million, I think, would cover those, yes.
Great. So here's the thing. There should not be an inmate welfare or inmate services line item in non-agency. These are operational expenses that belong under the sheriff's control. That's where that money should be. Those things should be paid for out of his budget. So that $1 million, in the same way that we just did the commodities package, that $1 million should be put into the sheriff's budget where it belongs. It is up to him to spend his operational dollars out of his budget. And there is, then even put that aside, there's an additional $2 million sitting there that has no plan. Well, it's got a plan now. We just talked about a whole bunch of things. So that $2 million, this line item should disappear. There should be nothing that says inmate welfare, inmate services, sitting in non-agency. Operational things for the sheriff belong in the sheriff's budget, and the other funds can be used for sign-on bonuses. We haven't mentioned, although we should, that the county attorney also has some needs that have to be met from a budget standpoint. So there's $2 million just sitting there with no plan because it's left over from what was taken. Like, it's not a cash account. It's an expenditure line item. It should have a plan.
Commissioner Arrington?
Commissioner Barrett, you are absolutely right, but you will learn as I learned. Sharon is great at her job, and her job is to hold on to that money as long as she can and to sit on it. And she is great at doing that.
Any other comments on the budget today? All right, this in closing. Madam CFO, I think you and your staff have managed the finances of the county extremely well and are responsible for the outstanding bond rating that Fulton County, Georgia enjoys. Point number one. Point number two, I believe there may have only been 2 of us here during the last consent decree. And I'd just like to say that we are really going to have to be mindful of what's coming from a financial point of view, which may even speak to a millage rate increase in 2026. And that's probably difficult hearing it coming from me, but that's just the reality of it. So I know other matters are coming before us. We adjourn.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.